Chapter 5492. Cheers resounded throughout Hongming Divine City as the teleportation array platform in the square was finally completed. The beam of divine light that shot out of Hongming Divine City tore through the void and disappeared. Powerful origin energy rippled in all directions. In the ancestral city of the Grand Mist Demon Clan, Yen Wu opened her eyes the moment the streak of divine light shot out of the Grand Mist Divine City. What's going on? Yen Wu was indescribably shocked. She felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation, and it was coming from the direction of the Grand Mist Divine Clan where Gu Fei was. What the hell is Gu Fei doing? In the next moment, Yen Wu disappeared from the ancestral city of Hongming Divine City. When she reappeared, she was already in the sky above Hongming Divine City. For an infinite-grade existence like Yen Wu, as long as her spirit consciousness could reach a place, she could reach it in an instant. Yen Wu was taken aback when she saw the teleportation formation platform in the center of Hongming Divine City's plaza. With her cultivation and knowledge, she could tell at a glance that this teleportation formation was extraordinary. It was an infinite-grade teleportation array platform. Is Gu Fei really going back? Yen Wu was bewildered. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. A figure appeared beside Yen Wu. This person was naturally Gu Fei. In the current era, the only person who could appear beside Yen Wu and dared to do so was Gu Fei. They were in a life-and-death relationship. If one of them died, the other would be buried with him. The other person would also be buried with them. Therefore, not only did they want to live well, they also wanted the other person to live well. Are you really going back? Yen Wu looked at Gu Fei with a solemn expression. Of course I'm going back. Gu Fei spoke indifferently. He recalled the scene when he was forced to step onto the teleportation platform by those fellows, and he felt extremely displeased when he thought of this. This was especially so for Sacred Lord Void Sky. That fellow had almost killed Gu Fei. How could Gu Fei not avenge this enmity? Since he couldn't find Sacred Lord Void Sky himself to take revenge, he would find his clone and collect some interest. Furthermore, there was still the limitless Demon Lord. That fellow was extremely hateful. When he returned this time around, he would definitely take his revenge. He wanted to let those guys know that they would have to pay the price for offending him, Gu Fei. When are you leaving? Yen Wu asked. Right away. Gu Fei said. What? Hearing this, Yen Wu was taken aback. Gu Fei was going to leave the Flame Star so soon? Once you leave, this place will be my world, Yen Wu said. Tisk, do we still need to draw such a clear line between us? Gu Fei smiled. What do you mean? Hearing this, Yen Wu raised her eyebrows and glared at Gu Fei angrily. Haha, the ruler of the flame world. To think that there would be a day when she would marry someone. At this time, an old voice sounded, and a figure appeared in front of Yen Wu. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had arrived. In fact, he had already sensed Yen Wu the moment she appeared. However, with his current cultivation, he wasn't a match for Yen Wu. How could he not come out and mock the former ruler of the flame world? One should know that in the past, he had often teased the high and mighty ruler of the flame world. However, he, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, had the cultivation and combat strength to look down on the world. Now, he didn't even have half of his previous cultivation. You still dare to appear in front of me? Seeing Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, Yen Wu immediately thought of Sacred Lord Void Sky. She had been tricked by Sacred Lord Void Sky. Even the flame world had been destroyed by Sacred Lord Void Sky. As the ruler of the flame world, Yen Wu's hatred towards Sacred Lord Void Sky was absolutely irreconcilable. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was Sacred Lord Void Sky's senior brother. Since Sacred Lord Void Sky's junior brother had run away, this debt would naturally fall on Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. At the thought of this, a shocking murderous aura erupted from Yen Wu's body. The entire sky changed color, and countless people in Hongming Divine City were terrified. They were terrified to the extreme, and the fear came from the depths of their souls. What are you trying to do? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven stared at Yen Wu coldly. What do you think? Yen Wu could still control herself when she wasn't in front of Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. However, now that she was in front of him, she couldn't control herself. Moreover, this fellow actually dared to mock her. Don't act recklessly. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven panicked a little, but he forced himself to remain calm. Bam! In the next moment, Holy Master Muddy Heaven's vision turned black as Yin Wu's punch landed on his face. Yin Wu's punch wasn't weak, and it sent Holy Master Muddy Heaven flying out of Hongmeng Divine City. Boom! A loud explosion resounded as a mountain range, several hundred miles away from the Hongmeng Divine City, was blasted apart. Needless to say, this mountain wouldn't have exploded for no reason. The reason this mountain had exploded was because of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's collision. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was sent flying by Yin Wu's punch, and he smashed into a mountain ridge. A mountain ridge exploded after Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven crashed into it. Rocks flew everywhere, and dust rose into the sky. Countless living beings on the mountain ridge suffered a calamity. Of course, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven didn't care about the lives of those ants. Yin Wu, are you crazy? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven rushed back from afar and roared at Yin Wu. He was covered in dust, and there was a black circle around his left eye where Yin Wu had punched him. He was in a sorry state. Gu Fei was taken aback. Since when did Yin Wu become so violent? Why would she fight over a disagreement? Although Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had only recovered 30% to 40% of his cultivation base, he was still an infinite prime. It wouldn't be easy for Yin Wu to kill him. Moreover, Gu Fei wouldn't allow Yin Wu to kill Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. One had to know that Holy Master Chaotic Heaven was his subordinate. An infinite prime subordinate who was also Sacred Lord Void Sky's senior brother. With such a subordinate, Sacred Lord Void Sky would have a high chance of defeating Sacred Lord Void Sky in the future. Even Sacred Lord Void Sky wouldn't have expected that he would let his senior brother out. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had been harmed so badly by Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was probably more ruthless than anyone else. No matter what, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't avoid a beating. Yin Wu didn't bother talking to Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven anymore. How could Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven be a match for Yin Wu? He was completely suppressed by Yin Wu, and he couldn't even retaliate. This was the difference between Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven and Yin Wu. Sai, why do you have to do this? Gu Fei shook his head helplessly. He didn't make a move, as he knew that Yin Wu wanted to vent. Moreover, it wasn't a big deal for Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven to be beaten up by Yin Wu, right? Chapter 5493. A shocking scene played out in the sky above Hongmeng Divine City. On the plaza, the Fire Clan and Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when they saw the scene in the sky. This was because the Supreme Infinite Prime in their eyes, the Sacred Lord of Chaotic Heaven, had actually been viciously abused by a woman in white. She had abused him to the point where he wanted to die. In the eyes of the Fire Clan and Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven was an invincible existence. Who would have thought that such a supreme expert would be beaten up by a woman in white? Muffled bangs resounded from the sky. Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven was really unlucky today. He was beaten up by Yin Wu, which made him feel so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Yin Wu had beaten Holy Master Chaotic Heavens into a miserable state. Holy Master Chaotic Heavens was beaten up so badly that he didn't even look human. She continued to abuse Holy Master Chaotic Heaven for a full 2 hours before stopping. This guy's skin is really thick. Even my hand hurts when he hits me. Yin Wu rubbed her hands and said, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven almost fainted from anger. Master, I think we should leave. Holy Master Chaotic Heaven said to Gu Fei with a bloody nose and swollen face. He didn't want to stay on the Flame Star any longer because Yin Wu was too fierce. Who knew if she would torture him again? His voice sounded like it was leaking air, as Yin Wu had knocked out a few of his teeth. When had Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven ever been beaten up like this? Even when he was plotted against by Holy Lord Su Tian and imprisoned in the valley, he had never been beaten up by Holy Lord Su Tian. Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven was really afraid that Yin Wu would go crazy again. Then let's go, Gu Fei said and left without hesitation. In a flash, he appeared on the plaza's teleportation array. Where are they going? The Fire Clan and Grand Mist Divine Race's ancestors were dumbfounded. What would they do if their master left? One had to know that the enmity between the Fire Clan and Grand Mist Divine Race had only been resolved because of Gu Fei. Once Gu Fei left, the conflict between the two clans would erupt again. This was something that could be predicted. Due to Gu Fei's presence, the Flame Clan and Grand Mist Divine Race were apprehensive. If Gu Fei wasn't here to suppress the two clans, the old ancestors of the two clans would have fought with their lives on the line. Master, wait for me. Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven hurriedly gave chase. It was impossible for Gu Fei to return to the Void Realm without Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's help. Only Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven could accurately locate the Void Realm. After all, the Void World was simply too far away from the Flame Star. Even if Gu Fei was at the peak of the Great Realm, he couldn't sense the location of the ethereal extent in the endless primal chaos. However, Holy Master Chaotic Heaven was different. He had left a drop of his heart's blood in the Void Realm, so no matter where he was or how far he was from the Void Realm, he could accurately sense the location of the Void Realm. Using one's heart's blood as a guide was no joke. This was the trump card that Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven had left behind. Even Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't know that Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven had such a trump card. Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven was also a ruthless person. Even though he had been plotted against by Sacred Lord Void Sky, imprisoned for countless years, and had his cultivation base absorbed by Sacred Lord Void Sky from time to time, he still hadn't revealed this secret. However, now that Gu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on him, his life and death were in Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei wasn't Void Sky. Gu Fei would really kill him. Therefore, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven had no choice but to build a teleportation formation for Gu Fei to help Gu Fei return to the Void Realm. I'll go play with you guys, Yanwu said as she appeared on the teleportation formation. Gu Fei smiled and didn't say anything. However, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven looked as if he had nothing left to live for. It seemed like he would be tortured by this crazy woman in the coming days. Master, when Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng saw that Gu Fei was really going to leave, they couldn't sit still anymore. If your two clans start fighting again, I'll definitely destroy you when I return, Gu Fei said to Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng. Yes, Master. Yin Huatian and Hong Sheng were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. Gu Fei had planted a restrictive spell on them, so their life and death were in Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei definitely wasn't joking when he said that he would destroy them. At that moment, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't wait to activate the teleportation formation. The formation inscriptions on the entire teleportation formation lit up. Soon, a ball of divine light emerged from the formation and instantly enveloped the three people on the formation. At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed onto the formation. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Swoosh. A ball of divine light shot up from the formation and instantly shattered the void, disappearing from everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned. Who was that person who rushed onto the formation just now? At that moment, the formation inscriptions on the formation dimmed, and the formation was empty. Gu Fei and the others had already been teleported out. What do you think? The first ancestor of the primordial divine clan, Hong Sheng, said in a trembling voice. Hong Zhen, you raised a good granddaughter. The second ancestor of the primordial divine clan, Hong Mie, pointed at Hong Zhen and scolded him. At that moment, Hong Zhen was dumbfounded, and a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His granddaughter had really made him worry so much. The person who had rushed onto the formation was Hong Zue, who had just broken through to the extreme Dao realm. The primordial divine clan is really full of hidden talents, Yin Huatian said. Hong Sheng sneered and turned to leave. I'll give the Yin clan one day to move out of this city. Hong Sheng's voice resounded in the square. Are you going to fall out with me as soon as Master leaves? Yin Huatian wasn't afraid of Hong Sheng at all. He knew that Hong Sheng wouldn't dare to do anything to the Yin clan, unless Hong Sheng wanted the two clans to be wiped off the Flame Star by Gu Fei. Based on Gu Fei's current cultivation and status, he would definitely do what he said. Moreover, it wasn't difficult for Gu Fei to annihilate the Yin clan and the primordial divine clan. If Gu Fei wanted to annihilate the two clans, all he needed to do was think about it, and the two clans' old ancestors would be dead. This is my territory, and I call the shots here, Hong Sheng's voice resounded again. I won't leave. What can you do to me? Yin Huatian rebuked Hong Sheng. Then I have no choice but to force you out. If anyone dies, it's up to fate. Hong Sheng's attitude was firm. This was the primordial divine city, the territory of the primordial divine clan. It was reasonable for them to ask the Yin clan to leave. Even if a conflict broke out between them and the Yin clan, the master wouldn't say anything. You win. Yin Huatian was well aware of Hong Sheng's strength, and he didn't want to give Hong Sheng a chance to attack them. Pack up, let's go. Yin Huatian said to the group of Yin clan's old ancestors. Yes, old ancestor. The members of the Yin clan started to pack up and leave. Chapter 5494. Although the Void Realm seemed to be peaceful for thousands of years, in fact, the demons were constantly harassing the south. Although it was only a small skirmish, there were signs of a big conflict breaking out in recent years. This was because the limitless demon lord didn't want Gu Fei's forces to continue existing in the Void Realm. At this time, almost all the people loyal to Gu Fei were gathered in the south. Only a few people were scattered in other areas of the Void Realm. The West Sea Dragon clan moved to the south. This was because the relationship between the West Sea Dragon clan and Gu Fei was not ordinary. The little princess of the Dragon clan was Gu Fei's second disciple in the Void Realm. It was because of this relationship between the West Sea Dragon clan and Gu Fei that the West Sea Dragon clan had to move to the south. However, the Sky clan was still in the sky. Whether it was Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation or the Limitless Demon Lord, they didn't dare to have any ideas about the Sky clan. This was because Yu Xian, and Ling Tian Palace Master would fuse and become the Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Master was a ruthless person. He was ruthless to his enemies and even more ruthless to himself. He cultivated himself into two people. This was unprecedented in the Limitless realm. The secret technique that the Limitless Sword Master cultivated had a special characteristic, and that was that it was indestructible. However, she had paid such a huge price in exchange for immortality. Whether it was worth it or not, only she knew. In the Void Realm, no one was willing to provoke the Sky Clan and Ling Tian Palace. Although Yu Xian was also Gu Fei's disciple, her cultivation was only a half-step Limitless Realm expert. If she didn't fuse with Ling Tian Palace Master, she wouldn't be a match for a true Limitless Realm expert like the Limitless Demon Lord. The Limitless Fire Spirit was in a bad situation. He had fallen out with the Limitless Demon Lord. At this time, he was blocked by the Limitless Demon Lord in a valley. You dare to betray me? Are you tired of living? The Limitless Demon Lord stood in the sky and looked down at the Limitless Fire Spirit. Although the Limitless Fire Spirit was also a powerful Boundless Realm expert, it was only a low-level Boundless Realm expert. In front of a veteran Boundless Realm expert like the Limitless Demon Master, it was not enough. The Limitless Demon Lord's powerful demonic might surged out from his body. Everything in the valley shattered. Trees, boulders, everything turned into dust. Even the ground started to sink. The Limitless Fire Spirit was shocked and angry. He did not think that the Limitless Demon Lord would catch up to him so quickly. He had originally been pretending to surrender and had never truly pledged his allegiance to the Limitless Demon Lord. At that time, Gu Fei was forced by the Limitless Demon Master and the others to step onto the Limitless Realm's teleportation array. The moment Gu Fei left, Gu Fei's forces lost their backbone. The Limitless Fire Spirit immediately pledged allegiance to the Limitless Demon Lord. This caused Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou to be dumbfounded. But now, the Limitless Fire Spirit finally rebelled, because the Limitless Demon Lord finally couldn't help but be serious about the Southern Barbarians. Moreover, the Limitless Demon Lord wanted him to take the lead. In this way, he was dead for sure, because Gu Fei had once planted a forbidden technique on the Limitless Fire Spirit. If Gu Fei died, the forbidden technique in his body would explode and directly destroy his body and soul. However, the problem was that the Limitless Fire Spirit was still alive and well. So, Gu Fei was still alive, and no one knew when he would return. If he killed Gu Fei's disciples, then when Gu Fei returned, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Either way, he would die. Hence, the Limitless Fire Spirit rebelled. I'll give you another chance. Go to the Southern Barbarians now and bring me Xiao Yu's severed head." The limitless demon lord stared coldly at the limitless fire spirit. His blood-colored pupils flashed with a terrifying blood-colored demonic light. "Tisk, go and die." The limitless fire spirit directly raised his middle finger at the limitless demon lord in the sky. "Very well, then I will send you on your way." As the limitless demon lord spoke, he slammed his palm down towards the limitless fire spirit below. Rumble. Endless demonic energy was vast and mighty. A demonic palm that was bigger than a mountain appeared between heaven and earth, directly crushing towards the limitless fire spirit. Escape. The ground under the limitless fire spirit's feet directly collapsed. In the next moment, he directly escaped into the ground. Boom. With a loud bang, the demonic palm directly smashed down. In the next moment, the entire valley directly collapsed. A circle of dust swept in all directions. This was a terrifying energy storm. Everywhere this energy storm passed, everything was directly torn into pieces. At the same time, a flame rushed out from the ground in the distance, soaring into the sky, and was about to escape. Want to escape? A demonic eye suddenly appeared between the limitless demon lord's eyebrows. Swish! A demonic light directly rushed out from the demonic eye between the limitless demon lord's eyebrows and directly hit the flame in the distant sky. Boom! With a loud bang, the flame fell from the sky to the ground, directly smashing a large pit in the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Monstrous demonic energy enveloped the entire heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic shadow indistinctly appeared in the demonic energy. Its blood-red demonic eye shone with terrifying blood-red light in the demonic energy. The terrifying demonic shadow in the sky looked down at a figure surrounded by flames in the large pit on the ground. "How dare you?" The limitless fire spirit was shocked and angry. He had endured for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, he madly swallowed the spiritual chi of the world, as well as the chi of other powerful living beings. However, even so, he still realized that the gap between him and the limitless demon lord was still very large. It was so large that he almost could not fight back in front of the limitless demon lord. His cultivation had reached the infinite prime realm. If he wanted to improve further, it would be practically impossible. Thousands of years ago, the limitless fire spirit was at the beginning level of the infinite prime. Thousands of years later, he was still at the beginning level of the infinite prime realm. His cultivation almost did not improve at all. Of course, the limitless demon lord's cultivation was also the same. It was also the same as thousands of years ago. However, to kill the limitless fire spirit was actually not an easy task. Infinite divine fire clone. The limitless fire spirit roared. In the next moment, his body actually exploded. Countless flames rushed out in all directions. "Still want to escape?" The limitless demon lord sneered. With a flip of his right hand, a demonic tower immediately appeared in his hand. Absorb. The limitless demon lord did not hesitate and directly activated the demonic tower in his hand. Buzz. The demonic tower shook and directly rushed from the limitless demon lord's hand into the sky. In an instant, it became incomparably huge and covered the entire sky. In the next moment, an unimaginably powerful infinite prime-level devouring power exploded from within the demonic tower. The powerful devouring power that erupted from the Devil Pagoda instantly enveloped the entire world. Countless flames that rushed out in all directions were all enveloped by the devouring power of the Devil Pagoda, and then gathered towards the Devil Pagoda. The limitless fire spirit was actually sucked into the demonic tower that the limitless demon lord had summoned. And just as the limitless fire spirit was captured by the limitless demon lord, in the sky above the culmination snow mountain, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. The sun and moon lost their light. A ball of divine light broke through the void and rushed into the void world. I'm finally back. Chapter 5495. The limitless fire spirit was unlucky. It was actually sucked into the limitless demon tower. Of course, it was not easy for the limitless demon lord to kill the limitless fire spirit. Rumble. The limitless demon tower, which was bigger than a mountain, was shaking violently. Countless ancient demonic patterns appeared on the limitless demon tower. Each demonic pattern was releasing an extremely powerful demonic power. In the demon tower, a flame was rampaging inside, trying to break out of the demon tower. Still want to escape? Dream on. The limitless demon lord naturally would not let the limitless fire spirit go. He kept shooting demonic patterns at the demon tower. Those demonic patterns entered the demon tower. The powerful infinity-level power inside the demon tower was gradually suppressed. Just as the limitless demon lord captured the limitless fire spirit, the void above the sky above the culmination snow mountain suddenly shattered. A mass of divine light directly broke through the void and rushed out. A powerful wave of divine will immediately appeared between heaven and earth. I'm finally back. This wave of divine will directly envelop the entire culmination snow mountain. A figure that seemed to have been sitting cross-legged on the culmination snow mountain since ancient times suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky. His unchanging expression finally changed. How is this possible? Shuya was extremely shocked. Originally, with her current cultivation base, there was nothing in the entire void realm that could move her. But now, she was so shocked that her body trembled and she almost fell from the big rock she was sitting on. The moment the other unparalleled expert on the culmination snow mountain sensed the wave of divine will descending from the sky, he was also extremely shocked. Boom! With a loud sound, one of the snow-capped peaks on the culmination snow mountain directly exploded. Dust mixed with ice and snow soared into the sky, and a figure rushed out from the exploded snow-capped peak. The sudden loud sound shook heaven and earth. On the culmination snow mountain, there was a rumbling sound, and this sound was getting louder and louder. The entire culmination snow mountain was shaking. White torrents rushed down from all over the culmination snow mountain, shaking the heavens and the earth. This was a terrifying avalanche. The torrents of ice and snow gathered and destroyed everything in their path. The countless beings on the culmination snow mountain were terrified to the extreme. At this time, in the sky above the culmination snow mountain, it was as if another divine sun had appeared. That ball of divine light illuminated the world, and more than half of the powerful creatures in the culmination region could see that ball of divine light that had suddenly appeared in the sky. The powerful aura that erupted from the divine light quickly enveloped the entire Zhongtian region. Impossible! The limitless demon lord was holding the devil pagoda in his hand. He had just received the limitless fire spirit and was feeling proud of himself. However, the moment he sensed this aura, he was so shocked that he almost fell from the sky. That's impossible. No one has ever come back. How could he? The limitless demon lord was truly frightened. Originally, he was still ambitious and wanted to completely conquer the South barbarians and then kill all of Gu Fei's disciples. But now, there was nothing he could do. Haha, Master is back. You're out of luck. The limitless fire spirit's gloating laughter came from the demon tower. Humph. So what if he's back? We were able to force him to step onto the teleportation platform that day, so we can send him away today. The limitless demon lord sneered. At this time, almost all the super experts in the void world knew that an amazing person had returned. Is that so? Then what are you afraid of? The limitless fire spirit mocked. Humph. The limitless demon lord sneered. In the next moment, he directly disappeared into the void. At this time, at the peak of the Zhongtian snow mountain, the divine light that illuminated the world was rapidly weakening. Several figures walked out from the divine light. It's really you? A voice of disbelief sounded. The incarnation of Sacred Master Void Sky appeared high in the sky and stared at the figure opposite him. This place doesn't seem to have changed much. A white-haired old man walked out. He took a deep breath and had a look of enjoyment on his face. I haven't smelled this in a long time. The old man sighed. What's that smell? Is it the stench of sweat? Gu Fei was speechless. It's the smell of heaven and earth. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had a helpless look on his face. This is your territory? Yanwu was also very curious about this world. They didn't put Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation in their eyes at all. Gu Fei originally thought that he would lose control of himself when he saw Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation and kill this person. However, when he returned to the Void World and killed Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation, he found that his heart was actually very calm. The same went for Yin Wu and Holy Master Chaotic Heaven. They were very calm. They even chose to ignore Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation. Behind Gu Fei and the others stood a little girl. She was Hong Zue'er. Just as Gu Fei and the others were about to teleport back to the Void World from the Flame Star, Hong Zue'er actually rushed onto the teleportation formation. This greatly surprised Gu Fei and the others. Just like that, Hong Zue'er also arrived in the Void World. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was both shocked and angry. These people actually dared to ignore him. He didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't return alone, but had brought 3 people with him. Moreover, what shocked Sacred Master Void Sky was that among the 3 people, the little girl's cultivation was at the extreme Tao level, while the old man and the masked woman in white were infinite primes. Gu Fei was also an infinite prime. 3 infinite primes appearing at the culmination snow mountain at the same time. What was going on? At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Snow Yao had also arrived. Gu Fei, is it really you? Snow Yao looked at the familiar figure in disbelief. Who else could it be? Gu Fei's voice turned cold. Back then, it was these people who had teamed up to force him into a dead end. The teleportation formation in the ancestral land of the heavenly race was a teleportation formation of death. If it weren't for the fact that Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, his body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. A shocking murderous aura immediately erupted from Gu Fei's body when he thought of this. What do you want? Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation immediately went on guard. What do you think? Gu Fei didn't want to waste words with these people. He took a step forward and punched at Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation. Didn't he come back to settle the score with these people? Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation immediately retreated. However, even though he retreated quickly, Gu Fei's fist was faster. Bam! Chapter 5496. Gu Fei wanted to take revenge. He punched Sacred Master Void Sky's clone in the face, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone screamed as he was sent flying 100 miles away. My nose! Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation stretched out his hand and touched his face. To his surprise, there was blood all over his hand. His tall nose bridge had been smashed by Gu Fei's punch just now. His face looked like it had been dyed red. Haha, this feels good. Gu Fei laughed heartily. Right now, he was feeling extremely good. He could finally vent the anger in his chest. Back then, he was forced to step onto the teleportation array in the Heaven Race's ancestral land. He had been so sullen back then. Now, it was his turn to bully these detestable fellows. It hurts just looking at it. Sacred Master Chaotic Sky said gloatingly, Isn't Gu Fei a bit too much? As the saying goes, don't hit someone's face. Yen Wu laughed. Too much? I hope that Master can be 10 times, 100 times worse. Sacred Master Chaotic Sky stared at Sacred Master Void Sky's clone and gritted his teeth. He had been plotted against by Sacred Master Void Sky and imprisoned in the valley. Sacred Master Void Sky had sucked away his essence energy bit by bit. Sacred Master Chaotic Sky wanted to tear Sacred Master Void Sky's clone into 1,000 pieces when he thought of this. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone wasn't an ethereal body. It was an existence with flesh and blood. He would still feel pain when Gu Fei punched him in the face. You're right, Gu Fei. You're being too polite to this fellow. This won't do. That won't do, Yen Wu said loudly to Gu Fei. Then I'll try not to be polite. Gu Fei said nonchalantly. You bastard. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was both shocked and angry. Snow Yao, what are you waiting for? Sacred Master Void Sky's clone suddenly roared in the direction of Snow Yao. The moment Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was punched by Gu Fei, he knew that he was no match for Gu Fei. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone immediately wanted to drag the Snow Demon down with him. After all, the Snow Demon had forced Gu Fei to step onto the teleportation array back then. Haha, all of you come at me together. Gu Fei laughed. His battle intent was like a rainbow. Right now, He could use these two fellows to practice his skills. Oomph! A cold laugh rang out, and the snow demon who had been hiding on the side appeared. Little Schwer, it's been so long. You've already become an infinite prime? Right at this moment, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven stood out. You are? The Snow Yao stared at Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven in shock. I am Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven said proudly. What? The Snow Demon and Sacred Master Void Skies clones were extremely shocked upon hearing this. Senior brother, is it really you? How did this happen? Sacred Lord Void Skies clones stared at Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven in shock. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was ambushed by Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven after they left the Void World. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Skies clone didn't know what had happened after they left the Void World. However, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's eyes turned red as he stared at Sacred Lord Void Skies clone. Shut up. Who's your senior brother? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven roared at Sacred Lord Void Skies clone. Senior brother, you. Sacred Lord Void Skies clone jumped up in fright. She didn't expect her senior brother to have killing intent towards her. How was this possible? The two of them had grown up together, and their relationship was even closer than real brothers. However, Sacred Lord Void Skies clone definitely didn't expect her main body to ambush her senior brother after leaving the Void World. Now, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was going to settle the score with Sacred Lord Void Skies clone. Your head. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven charged forward and punched at Sacred Master Void Skies clone embodiment. He also wanted to give this fellow a punch and beat this fellow's face into a pulp. However, although Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's thoughts were correct, the truth was that he didn't have Gu Fei's strength. Sacred Lord Void Skies clone reached out with his right hand and grabbed Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's fist. What? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was shocked. This fellow was just a clone of Sacred Lord Void Sky. How could it be so strong? Senior brother, are you crazy? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone swung his right hand and flung Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven away. Am I crazy? I'm going to kill you. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven roared and attacked Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone again. Chaotic Heaven strike. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven roared and used his hand as a blade to slash at Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. At this moment, Gu Fei retreated to the side. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven and Sacred Lord Void Sky had a huge grudge. Since they couldn't take revenge on Sacred Lord Void Sky's main body, they would settle the score with Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone first. It would be a good way to collect some interest. They had to find someone to vent their anger on. However, it was obvious that Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't even beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation punched out and broke through Sacred Lord Turbid Heaven's full-powered attack. The violent fist force sent Sacred Lord Turbid Heaven flying. Boom! With a loud explosion, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven smashed a snowy peak in the distance into pieces. Gu Fei was speechless when he saw this. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was really miserable. He couldn't even beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Even Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't accept this reality. He was buried in ice and snow. Hong Zuayer, on the other hand, was stunned by the scene before her. This was a battle between peerless powers. She couldn't even withstand a trace of their aura. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's protection, she would have been killed. Senior brother, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone didn't know what was happening. Snow Demon didn't dare to act rashly. Roar! An angry roar shook the mountains. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven shot into the sky. In the next moment, the entire culmination snow mountain shook. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven shot into the sky and stood in the air. His body was glowing with divine light. Gu Fei suddenly sensed that there was a force in the culmination snow mountain that was resonating with Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. In the next moment, a ray of blood light shot out from the main peak of the culmination snow mountain. The crimson light shot up into the sky and collided with Holy Master Mixed Heaven's body. In an instant, it entered Holy Master Mixed Heaven's body and disappeared. This is the drop of blood he left here? Gu Fei stared at Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. At this moment, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven suddenly roared into the sky. An unimaginably powerful wave of energy erupted from his body. A terrifying energy storm suddenly appeared high up in the sky. The energy wave from the sky caused the culmination snow mountain to experience a second avalanche. Chapter 5497. There was a reason why Gu Fei and the others had teleported from the Flame Star to the culmination snow mountain in the Void Realm. This wasn't a random teleportation. It didn't mean that Gu Fei and the others would appear anywhere in the Void Realm. The reason why they appeared in the sky above the culmination snow mountain was because Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven's drop of heart blood was on the culmination snow mountain. This was the backup plan that Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven had left behind. Furthermore, even Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't know what Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had left behind. When Holy Lord Void Sky and Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven had left the Void Realm, Holy Lord Void Sky had thought that his senior brother hadn't left anything behind. At this moment, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven withdrew the drop of heart blood that he had left behind countless years ago. His entire body shone with divine light, and an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. Roar! Sensing the soaring power in his body, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven couldn't help but throw his head back and roar. Terrifying sound waves spread out, and ripples visible to the naked eye appeared in the air with Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven at the center. These ripples were like waves that spread in all directions. Without any suspense, another avalanche broke out on the culmination snow mountain. Rumble! The entire culmination snow mountain was shaking. The avalanche's momentum could only be described as earth-shattering. Gu Fei looked at Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven. This fellow's aura was soaring, and his vital energy fluctuations were growing stronger. After withdrawing the drop of heart blood, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven's cultivation base had recovered to at least 60% of his peak. The consequence of withdrawing the drop of heart blood was that this fellow had directly become younger. Endless divine light was withdrawn into Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven's body. The person who appeared in front of everyone was no longer the white-haired old man, but a middle-aged man with long, black hair. At this moment, Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven's entire body was exuding an incomparably domineering aura. His aura was so domineering that it made people's hearts palpitate. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't affected by this fellow's aura at all. However, it was a different story for the others. This was especially true for Hong Zue, who had the lowest cultivation base among them. At this moment, she was hiding behind Gu Fei, trembling in fear. The difference between her cultivation base and Holy Lord Chaotic Heaven's was simply too great. Even the Snow Demon and Yin Wu stared at Holy Master Chaotic Heaven nervously. Heh! Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven let out a long breath and stared at Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Senior brother. When Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone sensed the stronger killing intent coming from Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's body, even he felt his heart tremble. Kill! Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven roared without any hesitation. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the void. When he reappeared, a fist had already arrived in front of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone embodiment. Be it strength or speed, they were no longer comparable to before. Swoosh! Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone tilted his body and dodged Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's punch. Senior brother, are you crazy? Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was also angered by Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. Am I crazy? I'm going to kill you. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven roared angrily and attacked. Countless fist shadows appeared in the void and smashed towards Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. Why? Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was extremely depressed. He also punched out. Their fists accurately collided, and a concentrated sound of impact could be heard. Why? Why do you ask? Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven turned his fist into a blade and used his hand as a blade to execute his famous killer move, Chaotic Sky 13 Slashes. This saber move was created by the Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven after countless years of practice. It was the strongest killing move of the Tao of the Blade, and only the Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was able to use the Tao of the Blade to the extreme. Buzz. When Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's saber aura appeared, the sound of a saber resonated in the void. A powerful saber aura erupted from his body, and the surrounding void seemed like it was about to be torn apart. When the saber was unleashed, heaven and earth were shocked. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, who had recovered 60% of his cultivation, actually caused heaven and earth to lose color when he slashed out. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone could no longer remain calm when he saw Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven slash. This was because he was certain that his senior brother really wanted to kill him. This was because his senior brother had used his most powerful killer move. 10,000 techniques returned to origin. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone roared angrily. He waved his hands in front of him, and a powerful devouring power immediately surged out of his hands. A black hole appeared in the void in front of him and devoured everything around it. This was Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's killer move. The devouring power of this black hole could really devour everything. No matter how powerful the opponent was, they would still be devoured by the black hole. The sharp saber aura that slashed towards Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone was all devoured by the black hole in front of him. Even Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's hand was almost devoured by the black hole created by Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone. Second slash. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven immediately changed his move. In the next instant, an even stronger saber aura erupted from his hand. This slash was simple and direct. It was just a slash towards the clone's head. However, such a simple slash directly split open the terrifying black hole that could devour everything in front of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone was shocked and immediately retreated. Swoosh. Although Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone dodged very quickly, the clothes on his left shoulder were still sliced open by Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's saber aura. Just a little bit more. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. If Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's strength was just a little bit stronger, this slash would have directly chopped off the entire left arm of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone. However, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven could only slice open the clone's clothes. He wasn't even able to cut through the clone's skin. Aren't you going to help him? Yanwu glanced at Gu Fei and asked, "Why should I help? That's a personal grudge between them." Gu Fei had no intention of helping. Personal grudge? Yanwu was speechless. She actually didn't know that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had plotted against his senior brother. In fact, no one would have thought that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, who had grown up with him, would suddenly attack him. This was also why Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven hated Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven so much. At this moment, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven directly unleashed his third slash. The instant he slashed out with his hand, the entire void was filled with saber shadows that covered the sky. Countless saber shadows instantly drowned Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash directly sealed off all paths of retreat for Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's clone. Even Gu Fei was a little surprised when he saw Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash. Chapter 5498. Without a doubt, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had become much stronger after recovering 60% of his cultivation. He could actually fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Previously, he had been tortured badly by Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, but after Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven successfully took back that drop of heart blood, his battle power had increased by a lot. Wang, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, continued to attack. He used his hand to chop for the third time. The instant he slashed out with his saber, countless saber lights appeared in the void without any warning. The overwhelming saber lights immediately drowned Sacred Leader Void Sky's clone. "I'll absorb." Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone roared angrily. In the next instant, a black hole appeared on his body and swallowed the blade lights crazily. What? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was shocked when he saw this. He didn't think that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone would be this powerful. Probably even Sacred Lord Void Sky never imagined that the clone he left behind in the past would actually grow to the point where it could contend against infinite primes. Usually, a clone was just a clone. It couldn't be stronger than the real body. Although Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone might not be stronger than his real body, it was still one of the top infinite primes. Even the limitless Swordmaster, the limitless Demonic Lord, and the Snow Yao weren't a match for this clone of Sacred Master Void Sky. Fourth slash. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had to change his move when he saw that his third slash was about to be completely swallowed. He directly used the fourth slash. When the fourth slash was used, the temperature of the entire area dropped rapidly. The entire area seemed like it was about to become an ice cave. A terrifying killing intent appeared in the sky. The fourth slash of Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's Chaotic Heaven 13 slashes was unimaginably strong. Senior brother, do you really want to fight with your life on the line? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was shocked when he saw Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven use this move. He was Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, so he naturally knew Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven very well. The Chaotic Heaven 13 slashes was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's trump card. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wouldn't use this move easily unless he was fighting with his life on the line. What the F***CK? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven roared and attacked. Swoosh. His blade was like a streak of light that flashed through the air. It was extremely fast and instantly slashed toward the black hole that Sacred Lord Void Sky had turned into. It went straight into the black hole. This slash is not bad. Gu Fei couldn't help but nod when he saw Holy Master Chaotic Heaven's attack. The power of this attack couldn't be underestimated. If Holy Master Chaotic Heaven had used this attack when he was at his peak, even Gu Fei wouldn't have been able to block it. That's all. Yin Wu, however, said disapprovingly. With a miserable shriek, the black hole immediately disappeared. A figure immediately retreated, and a bloody light appeared. A bloody smell immediately filled the air. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was injured. Senior brother, don't force me. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation roared. He glanced at the saber wound on his shoulder before glaring at Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. I force you? Haha. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven laughed heartily. When he thought about the torture he had suffered in the valley, his eyes teared up. All of this was thanks to Sacred Master Void Sky. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was both shocked and angry. He had lost contact with his main body for a long time. He didn't know what had happened after his main body and Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven left the Void Realm. Again. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven attacked again. This time, his aura was different. The fourth slash was earth-shattering, but the fifth slash was domineering. Every slash of the Supreme Blade Tao that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven created had different power. Each slash had its own unique characteristics, and each slash brought the power of the Blade Tao to the extreme. When the fifth slash was unleashed, the entire world trembled. This was a domineering slash. Under this slash, it seemed as if anything could be destroyed by this slash. It was as if nothing could block this slash. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation's expression changed drastically when he saw his senior brother unleash such a domineering slash. This slash couldn't be blocked at all. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation retreated immediately. However, the blade aura of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's slash was too strong and domineering. The blade light moved like a shadow and slashed at Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation in an instant. The sharp blade aura penetrated the incarnation's body. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation spat out a mouthful of blood before he was truly slashed. One thought to transform the heavens. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation unleashed a mystic ability with all his might. Endless divine light erupted from his body, as if he wanted to become one with heaven and earth. It was as if a supreme existence was transforming into the Tao. The power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's terrifying and domineering slash was actually transferred by Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation to the surrounding heaven and earth. His heaven transformation mystic ability was to transfer the opponent's power to the Void Realm so that the entire Void Realm could block Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's shocking slash for him. The surrounding space immediately began to tremble violently, and sinister and terrifying black cracks appeared in the space. This fella, Gu Fei was displeased when he saw this. This fella actually wanted the Void Realm to die together with Sacred Master Chaotic Heavens, in order to block Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven / However, Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was unable to transfer the power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heavens / to the surrounding heaven and earth. The power of Sacred Master Chaotic Heavens / was completely unleashed. The void around Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation instantly shattered. He let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying. The clothes on his upper body were instantly shredded into pieces. Countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was extremely shocked. He had almost been dismembered by Sacred Master Chaotic Heavens / Furthermore, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's saber aura had invaded his body and was continuously destroying his vitality. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation had aged countless years in an instant. His hair had turned snow white, and the aura on his body had become very weak. Today, I will collect some interest. When I kill my way into the limitless realm in the future, I will settle the score with that bastard Void Sky. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven roared as he attacked Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation. He unleashed his 6th /. The power of the Chaotic Heaven 13 / increased with each /. Given Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's current cultivation, it was already very difficult for him to unleash his 6th /. However, when Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's 6th / was unleashed, heaven and earth seemed like it was going to be split in half. The terrifying power of the saber Tao shook heaven and earth. Chapter 5499. In the sky above the sky-piercing snow mountain, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was fighting against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. At the start, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wasn't a match for Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone at all, but the situation changed when Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven took back the drop of heart blood that he had left on the sky-piercing snow mountain. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's drop of heart blood had existed for countless years and had gathered an endless amount of heaven-earth spiritual chi. When Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven took back the drop of heart blood, his cultivation recovered to around 60%. The fact that Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was able to fight against Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone and suppress it made Gu Fei feel slightly surprised. This guy was able to beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone after recovering to 60% of his cultivation. One had to know that although Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was just a clone, its cultivation had reached the infinite prime realm a long time ago, and it was one of the top infinite primes. Now, it was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's turn to beat Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. At this moment, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven used all of his strength to unleash a 6th /. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's saber Tao power shook heaven and earth when he slashed out. The bright saber light instantly surpassed the limits of space and time, and blood appeared. The head of Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone flew into the air. Seeing this scene, both Gu Fei and Yin Wu were stunned. The power of Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's / was truly heaven-defying. It was able to kill Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone with just one /. The speed of this / had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei's expression couldn't help changing. This guy's attack could be summed up in one word: fast. That's right, it was fast. It was extremely fast. Gu Fei knew that if he was in Sacred Lord Void Sky's position, he probably wouldn't be able to dodge it and would be hit. Of course, Gu Fei's martial body was extremely strong, and he was someone who had comprehended the Tao through his martial arts. Even if he was hit by Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven's /, nothing would happen to him. It would not be like Sacred Master Su Tian's clone, which had its head sent flying. Moreover, although Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven's blade had cut off the head of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone, he hadn't been able to kill it. The head of Sacred Master Void Sky's clone flew in a circle in the air before landing on his body and returning. Seeing this scene, Hong Zue-er's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. If one / doesn't work, then I'll /. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven continued to attack. Countless saber lights flashed in the void. Every saber move that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven made was as fast as the first one. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone had no chance to dodge at all. Every slash from Sacred Lord Chaotic Sky landed accurately on his body and shattered Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Let's see how you recover this time. After Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven put away his saber, he was panting and sweating profusely. It was as if he had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Using such a powerful saber move consumed a large amount of essence chi. He slashed out hundreds of times in one breath, and his body was nearly hollowed out. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was speechless. This Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was too amazing. However, how could Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, who had reached the infinite prime realm, be killed by Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven so easily? A ball of divine light appeared, and Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone appeared in front of everyone again. However, his aura was much weaker this time. In other words, even though Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone could reform his body, he had become weaker. Again, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was about to attack again. Again? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone jumped in fright. Wait. Gu Fei stopped Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. Master, this. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven looked at Gu Fei in confusion. You're done playing, right? It's time for me to have some fun. Gu Fei smiled. Master wants to play? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven was shocked. How could Void Sky's clone win against Master? It was destined to be destroyed by Master. However, since Master had already said so, he couldn't go against Master. Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven immediately retreated. All right, it's our turn. Let's play. Gu Fei smiled as he walked forward. Hong Zue was shocked when she saw Gu Fei walk forward. If Gu Fei attacked, who would protect her? Don't worry, Gu Fei said as he waved his right hand. A huge seal immediately rushed out of his hand and floated above Hong Zue's head. An infinite prime chaotic energy came from the seal and enveloped her. I'm not playing with you. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone turned around and fled. However, as soon as he turned around, Gu Fei's figure appeared in front of him. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone turned around again, but Gu Fei appeared in front of him again. No matter which direction he wanted to escape in, Gu Fei would appear in front of him first and block his path. What exactly do you want? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone stared at Gu Fei and said with gritted teeth. After thousands of years, Gu Fei's cultivation had increased greatly. Now that he had returned to the Void World, he would definitely take revenge. The current Gu Fei was not someone he could deal with. I don't want to do anything. I just want to fight with you. Gu Fei smiled. You want to fight with me? Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was stunned. Was this guy an idiot? Yes, I just want to fight with you. Either you get killed by me, or I get beaten to death by you. Gu Fei's smile became even wider. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone didn't want to risk his life against Gu Fei. His figure became blurry, and in the next instant, his clone turned into countless figures that charged in all directions. You still want to escape in front of me? Gu Fei stopped smiling. In the next instant, his body shook, and endless divine light rushed out of his body, piercing in all directions. Every divine light that rushed out of Gu Fei's body accurately pierced through all the clones of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clones were pierced by the divine light, and they directly disappeared into the void, disappearing without a trace. The spectators were extremely nervous when they saw this. It was obvious that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone didn't dare to fight with Gu Fei at all. After all, he couldn't even dodge a single punch from Gu Fei earlier. Previously, he couldn't even dodge a single punch from Gu Fei. Now that he had fought with Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, he had used up a lot of his essence chi. He was even less of a match for Gu Fei now. At this moment, all the clones of Sacred Lord Void Sky disappeared. His real body appeared dozens of miles away and was about to escape. Chapter 5500. In the sky above the culmination snow mountain, Gu Fei was about to make a move. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had already been punched in the face by Gu Fei, and his nose was already crooked from Gu Fei's punch. How would he dare to fight with Gu Fei? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was about to escape. However, this didn't mean that he could escape just because he wanted to. This depended on whether Gu Fei agreed or not. At this moment, Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had already escaped far away. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed at Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation only felt his body tighten. He was horrified to find that he couldn't control himself and was flying backward. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was really scared out of his wits by Gu Fei this time. He originally thought that he had underestimated Gu Fei's combat strength. Who would have thought that Gu Fei's combat strength was much stronger than he had imagined? Roar! Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation suddenly turned around and directly charged at Gu Fei. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight. However, before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation could make a move, he was punched in the face by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's punch directly caused his face to split open. Another slap in the face. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was about to go crazy. Previously, this fellow slapped his face. Now, he was slapping his face again. His nose was still crooked. Then, he was punched in the face by Gu Fei again. Blood instantly spurted out of his nose, and his face became even crooked. Can you not hit my face? Bam! Before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation could finish speaking, he was punched in the face by Gu Fei again. No, Gu Fei said very seriously and then punched again. Then, muffled sounds of collisions and screams sounded continuously. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation was actually beaten up by Gu Fei. He was beaten up so badly that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. Don't! Bam! Stop hitting me, Bam! Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation wanted to die. He had never been beaten so badly before. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was the strongest infinite prime in the Void world. Yet he could not fight back at all before Gu Fei. Was Gu Fei already invincible? Do I have to stop hitting you just because you said so? Gu Fei didn't care about Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. He continued to throw punches at it. Does it feel good? When I walked into a dead end, did you ever think that this day would come? Gu Fei said while gritting his teeth. The thrill of revenge was simply too satisfying. Who asked you to force me? When Gu Fei thought about how he was forced by these fellows to step onto the transmission array platform in the Tian clan's ancestral land, he felt like he was going crazy. He wished that he could kill this fellow in front of him. With his current cultivation, it wasn't impossible for him to kill Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Although infinite primes were strong, they weren't unkillable. It was still possible to kill these infinite primes using special methods. Gu Fei punched and stomped on Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Hong Zuayer, Patriarch Chaotic Heaven, Yin Wu, Shui Yao, and the others were all stunned. None of them expected Gu Fei to be so wild. You're not strong anymore? Gu Fei beat up Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation until it started begging for mercy. Yin Wu, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven, and the others were all stunned. Boom! Gu Fei sent Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation flying with a kick. Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation directly fell towards the snowy mountain below. It crashed into the snow valley at the foot of the mountain and disappeared. Master, did you have fun? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven went forward and smiled. Not bad. Yin Wu, that guy isn't dead yet. If you want to play, you can play as much as you want. Gu Fei said to Yin Wu. Yin Wu and Sacred Lord Void Sky had a huge grudge. The Flame World used to be a super world, second only to the Infinite World. If it wasn't for Sacred Lord Void Sky, the Flame World wouldn't have been destroyed. As the heaven intent of the Flame World, Yin Wu wanted to tear Sacred Lord Void Sky into 10,000 pieces. Since she had met Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, she obviously wouldn't let it go so easily. You played with that guy until he's crippled, and now you're asking me to help? Yin Wu was speechless. Although he's crippled, he's not dead. Gu Fei said disapprovingly, if I attack again, he'll be dead. Yin Wu said in annoyance, then you can heal his body first, and then torture him. Gu Fei said, that works? Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven and Hong Zuayer froze when they heard this. Heal him and torture him again. Gu Fei's idea was extremely cruel to Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation. Only by torturing Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation would Gu Fei be able to vent his anger. One had to know that Gu Fei was screwed over by Sacred Lord Void Sky and almost died. Good idea. Yen Wu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly charged down from the sky towards the middle sky snow mountain. This person was Snow Yao. She saw how badly Gu Fei tortured Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation, so she immediately ran away. Shui Yao knew that she wasn't a match for Gu Fei and the others. Therefore, when she saw that the situation wasn't good, she immediately fled. She didn't want to end up like the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, who had been abused by these guys. You want to leave? In the next moment, countless Dao patterns immediately condensed in the void and turned into a giant net that soared from the bottom of the snowy mountain towards the snow demon net. What? The snow demon's shock was no small matter. Gu Fei was actually powerful to such an extent? Swoosh. Snow Yao waved her right hand, and a bright blade of light rushed out from her hand. She wanted to break this giant net. She didn't want to be trapped like a fish. However, the blade of light flashed and slashed at the net, but it was directly bounced off. Open. The snow demon attacked again. A ball of divine light rushed out from the top of her head. An extremely terrifying chill immediately spread out from the ball of divine light. The net of light that Gu Fei had condensed was immediately frozen, and then directly shattered. Ice Soul Divine Pearl? Gu Fei stared at the ball of divine light floating above Snow Yao's head. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. This was an infinite-level Khanate Taoist treasure. It wasn't a secret that Snow Yao had the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. Moreover, Gu Fei was very clear about the power of the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. As soon as the Ice Soul Divine Pearl appeared, it directly broke his light net. Even Yen Wu and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven were shocked when they saw this ball of divine light. Then, the two infinite primes stared greedily at the ball of divine light. An infinite-level Khanate Taoist treasure was a peerless Taoist treasure that could only be found by chance. Chapter 5501. The Snow Demon was the strongest existence on the culmination snow mountain apart from Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky's incarnation had awakened, she was the supreme ruler of the entire culmination snow mountain, or even the entire culmination. Although the Snow Demon's cultivation was not as high as Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not dare to underestimate the Snow Demon because the Snow Demon had an infinite grade Dao treasure to protect her. This infinite grade Dao treasure was the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. The Ice Soul Divine Pearl was not a refined Dao treasure. Instead, it was a Dao treasure that was born naturally and was of the highest grade. Dao treasures born naturally were called Khanate Dao treasures. The Ice Soul Divine Pearl in the Snow Demon's hand was a Khanate infinite grade Dao treasure. Because the Snow Demon had the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, even Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not dare to underestimate the Snow Demon. Otherwise, he would have chased the Snow Demon out of the culmination snow mountain. After all, there could not be two tigers in one mountain. Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone did not want to provoke the Snow Demon either because the Ice Soul Divine Pearl in the Snow Demon's body was so powerful that even Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was afraid of it. Now that Gu Fei had made a move, the Snow Demon had no choice but to use the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. After the Snow Demon took out the Ice Soul Divine Pearl, it instantly broke through Gu Fei's huge net. A terrifying chill swept towards Gu Fei. The entire world seemed to be frozen, and the void seemed to be solidified. This is getting interesting. Gu Fei smiled as he pointed out with his finger. The force of his finger directly broke through the cold air that swept over. The overwhelming cold air was directly split into two by the force of Gu Fei's finger, and it swept past his body with great momentum. Hong Zue, Yen Wu, and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven were all affected by the chill. Buzz. The primal chaos seal floating above Hong Zue's head immediately vibrated and released a powerful chaotic power that enveloped Hong Zue and blocked the mighty chill. Even so, Hong Zue still felt a bone-chilling cold assaulting her body. She felt as if the blood in her body was about to freeze. It was an unbearable feeling. Even Holy Master Chaotic Heaven and Yin Wu had no choice but to circulate their profound arts to resist the cold. The Snow Demon took advantage of this opportunity to fuse with the Ice Soul Divine Pearl. It turned into a ray of divine light and instantly rushed into the snow mountain, disappearing. Escaped? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled when he saw this. He had thought that the Snow Demon had taken out the Ice Soul Divine Pearl to fight him. Who would have thought that the Snow Demon would still choose to flee? At this moment, Yin Wu locked onto Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation was smashed into the Snow Valley by Gu Fei. The first thing he did was to escape into the Snow Mountain. At this time, Gu Fei's side was strong and strong. He and the Snow Demon were not their opponents at all. If they wanted to fight against Gu Fei, they could only ask the Limitless Demon Master and the Limitless Sword Master to take action. If they gathered 4 infinite primes, they might be able to put up a fight against Gu Fei and the others. But now, they were not Gu Fei's opponents at all. Sacred Master Void Sky's incarnation knew that he was not Gu Fei's opponent. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to risk his life to fight Gu Fei. However, Yin Wu had already locked onto him. Even if he escaped from the culmination Snow Mountain, he would still be locked onto by Yin Wu. He couldn't escape at all. Whoosh! Yin Wu's figure disappeared into the void. At this time, only Gu Fei, Hong Zue and Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven were left in the sky above the culmination Snow Mountain. At this time, Xiao Ye and the others were in a dangerous situation. The force supported by the Limitless Demon Master suddenly attacked them. With the support of the Limitless Demon Master, East King re-established his force in the east of South Country. The Ghost Emperor surrendered to the Limitless Demon Master. The Eastern Wilderness Demon race was originally bullied by Gu Fei, so they also took action. In an instant, Xiao Ye and the others were attacked by these guys. Especially the Eastern Wilderness Demon race, they didn't really surrender to Gu Fei. After Gu Fei left the Void Sky, the Eastern Wilderness Demon race rebelled immediately. In recent years, the Eastern Wilderness Demon race received the support of the Limitless Demon Master and directly attacked South Country. At this time, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race Army, the Ghost Race Army, and the East King Army joined forces and attacked South Country Imperial City. Everywhere they passed, they destroyed everything. The 3 armies successfully formed an encirclement around the Southern Barbaric Imperial City and had the bearing of razing the Southern Barbaric Imperial City to the ground. However, Xiao Ye and the others were not to be trifled with. Near South Country Imperial City, flags fluttered. Xiao Ye and the others gathered an army of hundreds of thousands and blocked the 3 armies of the Ghost Emperor, East King, and the Eastern Wilderness Demon race. Both sides confronted each other. In Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou's camp, there were many experts. The Sorcerer race and them were also grasshoppers on the same rope. The Sorcerer race fully supported Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou. The West Sea Dragon race also moved to South Country. The West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was a veteran emperor. With him around, unless an existence of the Infinite Prime Realm took action, otherwise, who could do anything to the West Sea Old Dragon in the Void Realm? Lin Xiaotian, I didn't expect that you would dare to show your face after hiding for thousands of years. It seems that you are tired of living. Huang Fu Zun led an army to block East King's army. He and East King's grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, stood in front of the army. Thousands of years had passed, and East King's cultivation had broken through to the Emperor realm. Huang Fu Zun, it seems that you haven't figured out the situation. Now we have 2 Emperor realm experts on our side, and you are alone. Do you think you can beat us? East King stood up, stared at Huang Fu Zun opposite him, and sneered. Little guy, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? When I made my debut, your grandfather was still playing with mud. Huang Fu Zun sneered. Old man, you are really tired of living, East King said angrily. When he was chased by Huang Fu Zun, he was like a stray dog, living in fear all day long. Now that he had finally made it, he wanted to settle the score with Huang Fu Zun. I am tired of living. What can you do to me? Huang Fu Zun said disdainfully. Kill. Lin Xiaotian attacked. Do you think I am afraid of you? Huang Fu Zun's figure flashed, and he directly went up to meet him. The 2 Emperor Realm experts fought fiercely. On the other side, the East Sea Old Dragon, blocked the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. The Eastern Wasteland Demon Race's army was blocked by the four great generals under Gu Fei. The four great generals were the ultimate force that Gu Fei left behind to protect Little Ya and the others. Of course, these four great generals were no match for the Limitless Demon Lord and the others. However, the Limitless Demon Lord had been worried about Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation for the past thousands of years, so he didn't dare to attack the southern barbarians. But now it was different. If he didn't get rid of Little Ya and the others now, he wouldn't have another chance. The Limitless Demon Lord was determined to kill Gu Fei's disciples and grand disciples. So what if Gu Fei came back? I will kill his disciples and grand disciples first, then I will kill him. Chapter 5502. After the Limitless Demon Lord sensed Gu Fei's aura appearing in the Void Realm, he started this game. If it weren't for the incarnation of Sacred Lord Su Tian, this game would have started long ago. When Gu Fei stepped on the teleportation formation platform in the ancestral land of the Tian tribe, the Limitless Demon Lord promised in front of all the Infinite Realm experts that he would not attack Gu Fei's disciples and grand disciples. It was because of this promise that Xiao Ye and Long Xiaozhou could protect Nanman. For thousands of years, although they could only hide in Nanman, they were not in any danger. But now it was different. The Limitless Demon Lord was determined to kill Xiao Ye and the others. If it weren't for the Limitless Demon Lord's order, who would dare to attack Xiao Ye and the others? At this time, the three armies had formed an encirclement around the Nanman Imperial City. The Eastern Army was led by Dong Wang and his grandson. At this time, Dong Wang and Lin Xiaotian were fighting Huang Fuzun. This was a battle between Emperor Realm experts. Buzz. The void shook. Huang Fuzun separated his hands in front of him. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his hands and were directly imprinted in the void. Roar. These formation patterns immediately turned into a divine tiger, directly pouncing on Dong Wang. Transforming the power of the formation into a tiger, this was a kind of formation magical power that Huang Fuzun had created after receiving guidance from Gu Fei for thousands of years. What? Dong Wang was shocked and hurriedly dodged. At this time, Huang Fuzun and Lin Xiaotian were fighting. Two figures moved quickly in the void, and the dull sound of collisions sounded constantly. Violent power fluctuations spread in all directions, and the sky and earth changed color. On the ground, the army led by Dong Wang and the army led by Huang Fuzun rushed towards each other under the leadership of their respective generals. Suddenly, battle cries shook the sky. The two sides rushed together in an instant. Suddenly, swords flashed, and flesh and blood flew. In the void, a nauseating smell of blood permeated. War had always been cruel. A war between hundreds of thousands of people, or even millions of people, was even more tragic. A large number of soldiers on both sides would die. The Limitless Demon Lord did not care about the life and death of these soldiers, because in the eyes of the Limitless Demon Lord, all the weak beings were like ants. While Huang Fuzun was holding off the East King and the others, the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's northern army was also stopped. The person who had stopped the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. A mere ghost dares to call himself an emperor? What a joke. High up in the sky, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor. Originally, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins only dared to call himself a monarch. But in the last few hundred years, no one knew what had gotten into him, but he actually called himself an emperor, the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. Haha, you old loach, this is not a place for you to flaunt your seniority. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor laughed loudly. Is that so? My old bones haven't moved in a long time, so I'll play with you today. As the West Sea Dragon Emperor spoke, he stretched his muscles and bones. If you want to fight, let's fight. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor took a step forward and threw a punch at the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. A violent fist energy exploded from the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's fist. It was a fist energy condensed from the terrifying power of death. When he punched, the surrounding flowers and trees immediately withered. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor cultivated the power of death. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered and stretched out his right hand. It turned into a dragon claw and grabbed at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor's fist. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the two figures instantly separated. Again, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch roared. He turned around and swung his tail at the North Ruins Ghost Emperor like a divine dragon, whipping his tail at the Ghost Emperor. Hee, it's been a long time since I've eaten a dragon. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor laughed sinisterly as his body blurred. In the next moment, a gigantic skull appeared in the air and bit at the dragon tail that was lashing at him. This guy, the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch, was shocked, but he didn't withdraw his tail. Crack! The enormous skull bit the dragon tail fiercely. In the next moment, a few of the skull's teeth broke. The dragon tail's strength was beyond imagination. Haha, this feels good. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch laughed loudly. This guy wanted to bite him? What a joke. The skull that was the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, who had gnashed his teeth so hard that they were broken, had disappeared, and the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins appeared in the void. How is this possible? Could it be that your cultivation? The North Ruins Ghost Emperor said in shock. Isn't it a little late for you to find out now? The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch sneered. You. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor was even more shocked. He actually turned around and ran. However, he couldn't escape at this time. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch stretched out his right hand and turned into a dragon claw again. This time, he grabbed the North Ruins Ghost Emperor and exerted force. Bang! There was a dull sound, and the North Ruins Ghost Emperor was crushed by the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's dragon claw. He turned into a bloody mist, his body and soul destroyed. The North Ruins Ghost Emperor's death was too unjust. He didn't know that the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's cultivation had broken through. If he did, he would have admitted defeat and run as far as he could. When the North Ruins Ghost Emperor died, the North Ruins army he led was like a dragon without a leader. The North Ruins army collapsed immediately. The West Sea Dragon Army, under the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch's command, took the opportunity to charge forward and kill countless North Ruins army soldiers. The North Ruins army was directly defeated by the West Sea Old Dragon Monarch. The army was completely annihilated, and the three armies' encirclement around the southern barbarian royal capital was broken. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The other army in the east was blocked by Gu Fei's four generals. This was a fierce battle because the eastern wasteland's demonic beasts were also full of experts. The four generals and the demon race's Emperor Realm experts fought until the sky darkened and the moon and sun dimmed. For a time, it was difficult to determine the victor of the battle between the four generals and the demon race's Emperor Realm experts. At this time, endless devil energy suddenly appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian royal capital. The whole world suddenly darkened, and a terrifying aura of the devil path spread between the sky and the earth. A devilish figure appeared in the devil energy, and its blood-red eyes swept across the southern barbarian royal capital. What's going to come will come. Inside the southern barbarian royal capital, Lilia looked up at the devilish figure in the sky. Her mind was strangely calm. Thousands of years had passed, and she had grown into a slender and elegant girl. She wore a mask, so no one knew whether the goddess in their hearts was beautiful or ugly. Chapter 5503. What was meant to come had finally come. For thousands of years, Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, and the others had lived like there was no tomorrow. They were constantly worried that the limitless demon lord would invade the southern barbarian continent and kill them all. In their eyes, the limitless demon lord was a madman. For thousands of years, although the limitless demon lord did not act personally, his subordinates had never stopped operating in the southern barbarian continent. Of course, these were all small skirmishes. They could not do anything to Xiaoya and the others. But the situation now was different. The limitless demon lord actually ordered his subordinates to invade the southern barbarian continent, and the East King had submitted to the limitless demon lord. The three armies under the limitless demon lord attacked the southern barbarian royal capital with irresistible force. Wherever they passed, blood flowed like a river, and they surrounded the southern barbarian royal capital. However, Xiaoya and the others were not to be trifled with. The West Sea Old Dragon Monarch killed the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins, and the Ghost Race army led by the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins was completely annihilated. Only the East King and the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race were still fighting against the experts under Xiao Yu's command. There were many experts in the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race. Moreover, the Eastern Barbarian Phoenix Race, which had been completely suppressed by Gu Fei for thousands of years, rose again. Back then, when Gu Fei destroyed the Phoenix Race, he did not kill all of them. He could not kill the old, weak, women, and children of the Phoenix Race. Therefore, thousands of years later, another sovereign appeared in the Phoenix Race. This person's name was Feng Yefei. The name he gave was very obvious. He was determined to destroy Gu Fei. Of course, with his current cultivation, he would not be Gu Fei's opponent even if he cultivated for tens of thousands of years. It was impossible for him to destroy Feng Yefei. However, this time, Feng Yefei was extremely brave among the experts of the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race. He killed Xiao Yu's generals one after another, so Wu Jizhan had no choice but to take action. Wu Jizhan was the fourth of the 4 generals under Gu Fei. He was in the middle stage of the extreme grade, and he had the lowest cultivation among the 4 generals. Little guy, how dare you give yourself such a name? You're courting death. Wu Jizhan sneered. Humph, I'll kill you today, and then I'll kill Gu Fei later. Feng Yefei stared at Wu Jizhan and said coldly, Haha, you must be dreaming. Wu Jizhan burst into laughter. Whether it's a dream or not, you'll know soon enough. Feng Yefei didn't want to waste any more words with Wu Jizhan. He took a step forward and a pair of wings instantly appeared on his back. With a flap of the wings, countless golden feathers on the wings flew up and turned into extremely sharp golden sword lights. The golden sword gleam pierced through Wu Jizhan. Humph! Wu Jizhan sneered. In the next moment, his body trembled and the void around him seemed to have suddenly distorted. A strange wave spread out in all directions. Then, the countless golden sword lights that were piercing towards Wu Jizhan suddenly disappeared. However, in the next instant, the golden sword lights that had disappeared suddenly reappeared. However, when the golden sword lights appeared again, they were no longer piercing towards Wu Jizhan. Instead, they turned around and pierced towards Feng Yefei. How is this possible? Feng Yefei was shocked. This fella could actually reverse his attack and use his killer move to kill him? How preposterous. If that's the case, isn't this guy invincible? With Feng Yefei's cultivation and experience, he could tell how powerful this was. A layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Buzz. Feng Yefei flapped his wings, and the void shook. A circle of golden light spread out in all directions. The golden sword lights that were piercing towards him dissipated under the golden light. Eat my sword. Feng Yefei roared and clasped his hands above his head. Then, he slashed at Wu Jizhan with all his might. Swoosh! A sword light that was several times sharper than the golden sword light from before rushed out from his hands. It soared for thousands of miles as though it was going to split the entire world in half. Sigh. Wu Jizhan shook his head helplessly and casually waved his right hand. The swift and fierce sword light that was slashing at him changed its direction and slashed to the side. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shook. Feng Yefei was really shocked. The mystique that Wu Jizhan executed was too heaven-defying. This mystique could actually shift and even reverse the opponent's attack. I told you, you are dreaming. You can't even kill me, and you want to kill my master? Wu Jizhan mocked. Kill. Feng Yefei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Wu Jizhan. He attacked again and charged towards Wu Jizhan. A golden phoenix shadow appeared on his body. At the next moment, boom! A ball of golden divine fire exploded from the phoenix shadow on Feng Yefei's body. Instantly, it enveloped the void within a radius of 100 miles. The golden divine fire that exploded instantly engulfed Wu Jizhan. A power of this level can't do anything to me. Wu Jizhan's voice came from the golden sea of fire. What? When Feng Yefei heard this, he couldn't help but be in disbelief. This Wu Jizhan didn't even care about his true phoenix fire? Just as Feng Yefei was in shock, a divine light broke through the layers of golden divine fire and slashed out. This saber light was extremely domineering. The saber light was like a dragon and instantly slashed towards Feng Miefei. It was extremely fast. Feng Miefei could only dodge because he knew that he couldn't take this attack at all. Swish. Wherever the saber light passed, blood could be seen. Feng Miefei's figure was retreating rapidly. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't dodge Wu Zhizhan's attack. Wu Zhizhan cultivated the saber Dao. His Heaven Breaker Demon Blade was a true extreme Dao treasure. Feng Miefei was injured. He was struck by Wu Zhizhan's saber light, and the saber aura instantly invaded his body, extinguishing his vitality. A figure wielding a saber walked out from the endless golden divine fire. The terrifying divine fire that burned and distorted the void couldn't even get close to him. An extremely domineering saber Dao aura exploded from this figure. This person was Wu Zhizhan. With the Heaven Breaker Demon Blade in his hand, he took a step forward and charged towards the retreating Feng Miefei. He wanted to finish this guy off. However, just as Wu Zhizhan was about to catch up to Feng Miefei, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his path. Another one who came to die. Chapter 5504. The four generals of Hongtian under Gu Fei were not to be trifled with. One should know that these four generals were the most powerful generals under Emperor Hongtian in the past. They had once followed Emperor Hongtian to conquer the world. The four generals of Hongtian could be said to be existences who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. They were extremely experienced in battle, and there were few who could match them in the same realm. As for Feng Miefei of the Eastern Wilderness Phoenix clan, he had only broken through to the Emperor realm less than 1,000 years ago. How could he be a match for Wu Zhizhan? Feng Miefei was no match for Wu Zhizhan just as he got serious. After being struck by Wu Zhizhan's blade, the terrifying blade aura penetrated his body and destroyed his vitality. Feng Miefei spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated immediately. However, Wu Zhizhan would not let him go. He chased after Feng Miefei. With one more slash, he would be able to kill the new emperor of the Phoenix clan. However, there was someone who did not want Wu Zhizhan to kill Feng Miefei. All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of Wu Zhizhan and blocked his path. Another one who wants to die. Wu Zhizhan slashed his blade towards the person. Buzz. The demonic sky-splitting blade in Wu Zhizhan's hand let out a loud hum. A sharp blade light rushed out from the divine blade in his hand and instantly turned into the shadow of a dragon that pounced towards the person. The blade light turned into a dragon. Wu Zhizhan's slash was extremely domineering and indomitable. What? The person was shocked. In the next moment, a huge turtle shell rushed out from the person's body and instantly grew to the size of a mountain. Clang! Wu Zhizhan's slash landed heavily on the turtle shell. A powerful blade aura exploded, and the huge turtle shell actually fell from the slash. The person also fell from the sky. So it's an old turtle. Wu Zhizhan said disdainfully. You bastard! How dare you look down on the Black Tortoise clan? A few powerful figures rushed out from the Eastern Wilderness Demon clan's army and roared at Wu Zhizhan. TSK, just a bunch of old turtles. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? You must be tired of living. After saying that, Wu Zhizhan slashed out with his blade towards the few Black Tortoise race experts. The blade light was like a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the void. The experts from the Black Tortoise clan were scared out of their wits. None of them expected Wu Zhizhan to be so domineering. He wanted to kill someone just because they didn't agree with him. Roar! Just as the Black Tortoise experts were about to be killed by Wu Zhizhan, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Then, the shadow of a dragon charged out from the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race's camp. The silhouette of the dragon opened its mouth and inhaled, swallowing Wu Zhizhan's saber light in one gulp. When Wu Zhizhan saw this, he wasn't shocked. Instead, he was delighted. Finally, someone who he could fight to his heart's content had appeared. If these fellows were as weak as Feng Miefei, then it would be too boring. When the silhouette of the dragon dissipated, a middle-aged man in golden armor appeared before Wu Zhizhan. A powerful dragon energy spread out from the middle-aged man in golden armor. When Wu Zhizhan saw the middle-aged man in golden armor, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. This middle-aged man in golden armor was just like him, a domineering person. I don't kill nameless people. Tell me your name. Wu Jizhan held the heaven-splitting demon saber in his hand horizontally as he stared at the middle-aged man and spoke coldly. At this moment, the few experts from the Black Tortoise race were shocked and overjoyed to have escaped from death. Dragon Supreme, we will never forget your kindness in saving our lives. If Dragon Supreme has any errands for us, we will be willing to risk our lives for you. The few experts from the Black Tortoise race hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man in golden armor. All of them were extremely respectful towards him. The middle-aged man in golden armor didn't even look at the few experts from the Black Tortoise race. The few experts from the Black Tortoise race didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction as they retreated immediately. You are the Dragon Supreme of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race? Wu Jizhan's expression turned solemn. Based on what he knew, the Dragon Supreme of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race wasn't a person's name. Instead, it was a title within the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race. It was a supreme title within the Eastern Wilderness Dragon race. However, this title wasn't something that could be obtained easily. Dragon Supreme, the supreme being of the dragon race. This title represented the supreme status of the dragon race. He was the #1 person in the dragon race and could stand on equal footing with the dragon race leader. Wu Jizhan naturally didn't dare to be careless when facing such a powerful expert from the dragon race. You are not a match for me. The middle-aged man in golden armor looked at Wu Jizhan indifferently as he spoke. What did you say? Wu Jizhan was instantly enraged. They hadn't even fought, and this guy was already saying that he wasn't a match for him? This guy was too arrogant. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't want to die, scram, Dragon Supreme said impatiently. Wu Jizhan was completely enraged. This guy actually dared to look down on him? He tightened his grip on the saber and was about to strike. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my prowess? Fourth brother, back off. At that moment, an imposing voice came from behind Wu Jizhan. Big brother. Wu Jizhan immediately stopped. The person who had spoken was Wu Jixian, the leader of the 4 great generals of Hongtian. He was also the one with the highest cultivation among the 4 great generals of Hongtian. I told you to back off. Seeing that Wu Jizhan was still hesitating, Wu Jixian was a little displeased and his tone became stern. Yes, big brother. Wu Jizhan glared fiercely at Longzuan, who was standing opposite him, before retreating unwillingly. You're not bad. Do you dare to fight me? Dragon Supreme asked calmly as he looked at a person who was walking out of the opposing camp. If you want to fight, let's fight. Why are you being so long-winded? Wu Jixian said as he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Dragon Supreme. Then, he threw a punch at Dragon Supreme. It was a simple and direct punch. There wasn't even any fluctuation of vital energy coming from Wu Jixian's fist. It seemed as though Wu Jixian had casually thrown out a punch. However, Longzuan's pupils shrunk when he saw the punch. Wu Jixian's punch contained the power of an eternal grade great path. If an ordinary extreme grade martial artist were to be hit by this punch, his or her body and soul would be destroyed immediately. Over the past thousands of years, Wu Jixian had not been playing around. Dragon Supreme didn't dare to be careless. He also threw a punch. A huge golden dragon shadow surged out of his body. Unlike Wu Jixian's punch, Dragon Supreme's punch was extremely powerful and the fluctuation of vital energy was earth-shattering. They were simply 2 extremes. Bam! With a dull sound, the 2 fists collided. Then, a violent wave of vital energy swept out in all directions with the 2 of them at the center. Everyone stared at the 2 figures in the sky nervously. The experts from both camps had no choice but to retreat far away, afraid that they would be affected by the shockwaves from the clash. One had to know that this was the power of an eternal grade martial artist, which represented the transcendent Emperor realm. At that moment, no one knew that a figure had silently appeared in the distant sky. These 4 fellows have improved a lot. Chapter 5505. After Gu Fei left the Void Realm, he entered the Primal Chaos, where the magical laws of time didn't exist. The Flame Star didn't have complete magical laws of time either. Therefore, Gu Fei didn't know how long he had been away from the Void Realm. When he returned to the Void Realm, he discovered that he had been away for thousands of years. To him, this wasn't a long time. However, to ordinary people, thousands of years was an extremely long period of time. The entire cultivation world in the Void Realm had changed. Within the Void Realm, peerless powers were invincible existences. The entire Void Realm was under the control of infinite powers, and they controlled the lives and deaths of billions of living beings in the Void Realm. To infinite powers, the lives and deaths of other living beings could be decided with a single thought. But now, Gu Fei had returned. To all the infinite powers in the Void Realm, Gu Fei's return wasn't a good thing. After all, they had joined forces to force Gu Fei to step onto the teleportation formation. Moreover, they all knew that the path to the heavenly race's ancestral land was a dead end. They had forced Gu Fei to step onto that dead end even though they knew that it was a dead end. One could imagine how much Gu Fei hated them. Now that Gu Fei had returned, Gu Fei would definitely settle the score with them. As soon as Gu Fei returned, he tortured Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone. Even the Snow Demon wasn't a match for him. It had no choice but to use the Ice Soul Divine Pearl to escape and hide in the Culmination Snow Mountain. On the other hand, Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was chased around by Yen Wu. It was in an extremely sorry state and still hadn't escaped Yen Wu's pursuit. Yen Wu also hated Sacred Lord Void Sky to the core. She naturally wouldn't let Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone go so easily. She wanted to play with it. However, Gu Fei didn't have time to play with her. Gu Fei directly returned to the southern wilderness. After not seeing them for thousands of years, he wanted to see how much his disciples' cultivation had improved. As his disciples, their cultivation bases couldn't be too low. However, when Gu Fei just returned to the south, he saw a good show. He didn't expect that the situation of South China had reached such a point of life and death. If he hadn't returned in time, Xiao Ye and the others would have been completely erased from this world by the limitless Demon Lord. He knew that the limitless Demon Lord wouldn't let his disciples and grand-disciples off. Thousands of years ago, Gu Fei was very clear about what kind of person the limitless Demon Lord was. If it wasn't for the fact that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was still a threat to him, he would have attacked Xiao Ye and the others long ago. Now, he finally could not hold it in any longer. However, the limitless Demon Lord's luck was really bad. At this time, in the vicinity of the southern barbarian royal capital, the army of the Eastern Wasteland Demon Clan and the army of the four great generals of Hong Tian were confronting each other. And the leaders of this army were fighting fiercely in the sky. Wu Jixin deserved to be the leader of the four great generals of Hong Tian. His cultivation had reached the transcendent Emperor realm, which was the eternal realm. With such a cultivation, he was almost invincible in the Void Realm as long as no infinite Prime Realm experts took action. However, the revered dragon of the Eastern Wasteland Dragon Clan was not to be trifled with. The revered dragon of the Eastern Wasteland Dragon Clan was the supreme leader of the Dragon Clan, and he also had the cultivation of the Eternal Realm. This was definitely a fierce battle between dragons and tigers, and both sides were evenly matched. The armies of each camp were retreating. If they were to be affected by this battle, they would all die. In the transcendent Emperor realm, if the limitless Demon Lord didn't come out, he would be invincible. Terrifying energy waves descended from the sky, and the trees within a radius of dozens of miles were all swept into the air, and then directly torn into pieces. Even huge rocks weighing tens of thousands of kilograms were swept away and turned into dust. Everyone looked at this scene in horror. At this time, the figures of Xiao Ye, Long Xiaozhou, and the others appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian royal capital. The entire southern barbarian royal capital was enveloped by a super grand array. This grand array was not simple. It was an infinite grade grand array, and it was set up by Gu Fei before he left. It was precisely because of the existence of this grand array that as long as the limitless Demon Lord did not take action, Xiao Ye and the others would not be in any danger. Of course, this grand array could not stop an infinite Prime Realm expert like the limitless Demon Lord. Xiao Ye and the others were all in the protective grand array. At their height, they could see the overall situation. Senior sister, who do you think will win? Long Xiaozhou, who was beside Xiaoya, said. At this time, Xiaoya's cultivation was at the half-step extreme grade, while Long Xiaozhou was already at the peak of extreme grade. Both of them had received the true teachings of Gu Fei, and in these thousands of years, their cultivation had increased greatly. Especially Long Xiaozhou, who could cultivate to the peak of extreme grade in thousands of years, she was definitely a heaven-defying fellow. Since ancient times, in the Void Realm, there were only a few people who could compare to her. The Shaman Emperor had not appeared in these thousands of years. She was in seclusion, and no one knew how far her cultivation had gone. There was also her pet, the nine-tailed demon fox emperor. This fellow was already in existence at the transcendent emperor realm thousands of years ago, and it must be even more powerful now. In these thousands of years, no one was idle, especially Xiaoya and the others. I'm just a half-step extreme grade. How can I see anything? Xiaoya said angrily. She was only a half-step into the extreme Dao realm, while the two experts who were fighting were both in the eternal realm. The gap between her and the two experts was too big. In fact, even Long Xiaozhou could not see who would have the last laugh in this battle, Wu Jixian or Long Zuan. At this time, all the experts under Xiaoya's command had been sent out. At this time, West Sea Old Dragon Emperor had returned. West Sea Old Dragon Emperor was a half-step eternal realm existence. He watched the battle nervously, not even letting go of a single movement of the two experts. At this time, there was another muffled sound, and the two experts fighting in the sky suddenly separated. The mighty fluctuation of essence chi shook the surrounding void, and transparent ripples spread in all directions. It was difficult to determine the winner of this battle between Wu Jixian and Long Zuan. In another direction, East King and Lin Xiaotian joined forces to fight Huang Fu Zun. This was also an evenly matched battle. It was not an easy task to determine the winner. The entire area where the Southman royal capital was located seemed to have fallen into darkness. Above the sky, devil chi billowed, and the blood-red devil eyes swept down towards the Southman royal capital. Demon. It was the first time that Xiaoya and the others saw such a battle, and they could not help but be stunned by the scene in front of them. Is this guy the limitless demon lord? Long Xiaozhou said in shock. If the limitless demon lord took action, they would definitely die. Xiaoya and the others did not know that Gu Fei had returned to the Southman royal capital, and Gu Fei was now hiding and watching the show. He did not intend to see Xiaoya and the others immediately. Chapter 5506. Void Realm, Southman Royal Capital. Countless armies were scattered around the Southman Royal Capital. Two camps were confronting each other. Obviously, Xiaoya's camp was at a disadvantage because the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race and the East King's army were still surrounding the Southman Royal Capital. Moreover, the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race was full of experts. At this time, all the experts of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race had gathered outside the Southman Royal Capital. At this time, Long Zuan of the Eastern Wilderness Dragon Clan and Wu Jixian, the eldest of the four great generals under Gu Fei, were fighting. Powerful eternal yuan qi kept erupting from their bodies. The whole world was shaking and transparent ripples spread out in the void from time to time. This was a crucial battle for both camps. It was enough to determine the fate of Southman. Because once Long Zuan defeated Wu Jixian, the army of the Eastern Wilderness Demon Race could march straight to the Southman Royal Capital. Of course, Wu Jixian was not to be trifled with. As the eldest of the four great generals of Hongtian, Wu Jixian's cultivation was extremely powerful. It would not be easy for Long Zuan to defeat him. Two figures moved quickly in the void and fought fiercely. Dull thunder-like sounds of collision kept ringing. The armies of both camps kept retreating to the distance. If they were affected by the battle between these two people, they would suffer great losses. Boss will definitely not lose. Wu Jixian, the fourth of the four great generals of Hongtian, said. He was very confident in Wu Jixian. After all, they had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. What had they not seen? Boss will definitely win. Wu Jixian roared. Great Sky Divine Fist. Wu Jixian bellowed and unleashed his trump card. A violent fist energy immediately erupted from his fist. It was unstoppable. This was a fist technique created by the great emperor of Hongtian. When Wu Jixian punched out, the entire space in front of his fist trembled. Even Longzuan couldn't help but be startled by this unstoppable fist aura. Dragon Claw. Longzuan stretched out his right hand. His right hand instantly transformed into a dragon's claw and grabbed towards Wu Jixian's fist. This was the real dragon's claw. The Eastern Wasteland's dragon race's physique was many times stronger than the human race's. If the revered dragon's dragon claws landed on it, even an immortal divine metal would be scratched through. However, the fist and the claw instantly collided, and a dull sound of impact erupted. Longzuan's dragon claw hand was actually unable to injure Wu Jixian in the slightest. Instead, he was knocked back several zhang by Wu Jixian's fist energy, and his entire arm felt numb. How is this possible? The revered dragon couldn't help but be moved. This human's Dao physique was actually comparable to his Dao physique. The dragon race's physique was much stronger than the human race's. Even if Longzuan and Wu Jixian were both in the eternal realm, Longzuan still believed that he could suppress this human with his powerful physique as a member of the dragon clan. But now, Longzuan realized that he seemed to have miscalculated. Wu Jixian's Great Heaven Divine Fist had actually knocked Longzuan back. Seeing that Longzuan was knocked back, the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan's camp instantly panicked. Longzuan was the strongest expert in their camp, and if he was defeated by his opponent, the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan would be finished. Of course, the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan still had another powerful fellow, and that was the ancestor of all demons. However, the ancestor of all demons would no longer care about the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan's affairs. That was because a few thousand years ago, the ancestor of all demons of the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan had been tortured by Gu Fei to the point that he hid in his cultivation place and didn't even dare to show his face. At this moment, no one knew that Gu Fei was watching the battle between Wu Jixian and Longzuan from the sky. The Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan is really courting death. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head. He realized that the Eastern Wasteland's Demon Clan had sent quite a number of great demons. Fireshine Clan's Fireshine Ancestor, Vermilion Bird Clan's Vermilion Bird Emperor. There was also Black Tortoise Clan's Black Tortoise Long. Gu Fei was a little surprised that the Phoenix Clan still had an Emperor Realm Cultivator. This was because he had almost destroyed the entire Phoenix Clan several thousand years ago. Of course, he didn't kill them all. Could it be that a genius of the Phoenix Clan had reached the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years? To reach the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years, this little guy from the Phoenix Clan was really heaven-defying. Incredible. One should know that in the Void Realm, there were almost no existences that could reach the Emperor Realm in just a few thousand years. Normally, the Void Realm would only give birth to one Emperor Realm expert every tens of thousands of years. This was because it was not easy to break through to the Emperor Realm. Gu Fei felt that he had underestimated the Phoenix Clan. The fact that the Phoenix Clan was able to survive for so many years meant that they had a very strong foundation. Roar! At this moment, Longzuan, who was being beaten back by Wu Jixian, let out a furious roar and revealed his true form. A giant dragon appeared between the heavens and the earth. The giant purple-gold body of the dragon was like a mountain as it spiraled in the sky. An extremely powerful draconic aura spread out, causing the weather to change and the sun and moon to dim. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Countless people in the southern barbarian imperial city heard this terrifying dragon roar. Everyone in the city was terrified to the extreme. The news of 3 armies surrounding the southern barbarian imperial city had already spread throughout the city. However, the Western Sea Old Dragon Emperor had already defeated the army of the Ghost Emperor of the North Ruins. When the news reached the southern barbarian imperial city, the entire southern barbarian imperial city was in an uproar. However, the danger of the southern barbarian imperial city had not been resolved because of this. The southern barbarian imperial city was still in danger of being breached. At this moment, Longzuan, who had revealed his true form, directly grabbed at Wu Jixian. His giant dragon claw was like a small mountain as it instantly enveloped Wu Jixian under it. Wu Jixian let out a furious roar and punched out again. The extremely violent fist force blasted on the huge dragon claw, and it actually blocked the dragon claw that was coming down. Impossible! Longzuan was in disbelief. A puny human was actually able to block his dragon claw. He was very clear about how strong his physique was after revealing his true form. He had almost never lost in a battle of the same level. Back when Gu Fei attacked the Eastern Barbarian, Longzuan was in seclusion. When Longzuan came out, Gu Fei had already been forced to go to the limitless realm by the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian and the others. He thought that apart from those limitless realm existences, he was invincible in the void realm. Who would have thought that there would be such a powerful human in a desolate land like the Southern Barbarian? My master once said that nothing is impossible in this world, Wu Jixin said indifferently. Wu Jixin said indifferently. At this moment, the aura on his body suddenly soared by a large margin. An even stronger wave of Yuan Qi erupted from his body. It's the secret technique of ascension. Chapter 5507. This time, the limitless demon lord was determined to destroy the orthodoxy that Gu Fei had left in southern Man. The three armies were just the vanguard. At this time, the mighty army of demons had already set off from the Middle Devil region. Buzz. In the sky above southern Man, the void trembled. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the sky. This black hole covered the entire sky. A terrifying demonic aura surged out from the black hole, causing all living beings to tremble. Then, endless demonic aura rushed out from the black hole and swept out in all directions. The entire sky suddenly darkened as if night had suddenly descended. That limitless demon lord finally couldn't take it anymore? Gu Fei, who had been watching the show from afar, had a calm expression when he saw this scene. This guy was really courting death. I haven't even settled the score with him, but he actually dared to come and destroy my orthodoxy. Gu Fei didn't make a move to stop him. At this time, the heavens and earth trembled. Countless demonic shadows rushed out from the huge hole in the sky. The limitless demon lord's limitless demon army had arrived. Kill them all for me. An incomparably majestic voice rang out in the sky, spreading to the heavens and the earth. That voice contained a demonic nature, and those with weak cultivations immediately couldn't bear it. Some people even had their heart devils stirred, and actually showed signs of demonization. Oh no! In the sky above southern Man's capital, Xiaoya looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a demonic shadow that was so powerful that it made her soul tremble. Limitless demon lord? Xiaoya's face was filled with despair. This day had finally arrived. The limitless demon lord had finally made his move. In fact, Xiaoya and the others were very clear that once the limitless demon lord personally made his move, they would be finished. Because the limitless demon lord represented invincibility in the void realm. After their master, Gu Fei, left the void realm, they lost their backer. The limitless demon lord didn't dare to touch them because he didn't want to anger the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian. One had to know that Sacred Lord Void Sky's clone was the strongest infinite prime in the void world. But now that Gu Fei had returned, the limitless demon lord had no scruples. He wanted to destroy the southern barbarians first, and then settle the score with Gu Fei. In these thousands of years, he had not been idle. His cultivation had already reached the limitless realm. The limitless demon lord knew that even if he went up against Sacred Master Su Tian's incarnation, he would be able to beat the crap out of this fella. At this time, the limitless demon lord did not fear anyone. If he refined the limitless fire spirit in the limitless demon tower, his cultivation might be able to break through to the peak of the limitless power realm. At that time, even if Sacred Master Void Sky's true body came to the void world, he would not be afraid. The limitless demon master did not know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Gu Fei was currently hiding high up in the sky, watching this scene coldly. At this time, the sky above the southern Man Imperial City was densely packed with demonic shadows, and an incomparably powerful demonic aura filled every inch of the void. Even with the barrier of the city defense grand array, the people in the southern Man Imperial City still felt incomparably oppressed. The people outside the city were in a state of extreme fear. The demonic chi that descended from the sky directly enveloped everyone, and even East King's army was affected. East King and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, were working together to fight Huang Fuzun. When the demonic qi descended from the sky, they immediately stopped fighting and retreated. Huang Fuzun waved his hand and directly took the human clan army that he led into his inner world, avoiding the erosion of the demonic qi. East King and Lin Xiaotian also hurriedly took away their own army. The army under their command was very important to them, because no matter how strong they were, there were only two of them, and it was impossible for two people to control such a large territory. If they wanted to become an overlord, they absolutely could not do without the help of an army. East King and Lin Xiaotian saw that the situation was not good, so they directly fled. They wanted to preserve their strength. Gu Fei naturally saw East King and Lin Xiaotian sneaking away, but he did not bother to take action, because these two guys were just ants in his eyes. Where are you going? However, Huang Fuzun did not intend to let East King and Lin Xiaotian go, so he directly chased after them. At this time, countless creatures in the vicinity of the Southman royal capital were demonized, and they directly turned into ferocious and terrifying monsters. Then, they crazily rushed towards the Southman royal capital. Wu Jixian, who was using the secret technique of ascension to get rid of Lung Zuan, also had to stop. Hong Tian's four great generals directly took away the Hong Tian divine army under their command. They directly retreated into the distance. The limitless demon lord was not someone they could deal with. However, the limitless demon lord did not care about them at all. His goal was the Southman royal capital, and he wanted to directly erase the entire Southman royal capital from this world. He wanted to destroy Gu Fei's orthodoxy in the Void Realm. The limitless demon lord had endured for thousands of years, waiting for this day. His cultivation had greatly improved, and he was confident that he could abuse Gu Fei. However, he never dreamed that Gu Fei's cultivation had also broken through to the limitless realm. If he wanted to abuse Gu Fei, he had better think about it. At this time, countless demonized creatures crazily rushed towards the Southman royal capital. However, these monsters were blocked by a layer of divine light formed by the Southman royal capital's city defense formation. Dull crashing sounds could be heard continuously, and countless monsters were repelled by the power of the city defense formation. All of them were squeezed outside, unable to break into the Southman royal capital. An infinite level formation? High in the sky, the incomparably powerful demonic shadow stared down and said coldly. The blood-colored demonic light flickered in his eyes. Oh no, what should we do now? Long Xiaozhou, who was next to Xiaoya, was also frightened by this scene. With the limitless demon lord personally taking action, they might really not be able to escape this time. Should we look for third junior sister? Long Xiaozhou said anxiously. The third junior sister she mentioned was the ancestor of the Sky Clan, Yu Xian. Back then, Gu Fei accepted Yu Xian as his disciple. What's the use of looking for her? Although Yu Xian was a half-step infinite realm existence, it was not enough to fight against the limitless demon lord. If Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master and became the limitless sword master, they could still fight against the limitless demon lord. However, the limitless sword master would not help them. One must know that the limitless sword master was one of the people who forced Gu Fei to step on the path of death. Because once Yu Xian fused with Ling Tian Palace Master, she would become a completely new existence. She would no longer be Yu Xian. Long Xiaozhou did not speak. It was really useless to look for Yu Xian. Do you think that by hiding in the formation left behind by Gu Fei, you will be safe and sound? The majestic voice in the sky sounded again. Limitless demon lord, if you have the guts, go and find my master. You are too shameless to bully us juniors. Xiaoya shouted at the demonic shadow in the sky. You dare to say that this sovereign is shameless? The limitless demon lord was instantly enraged. In the next moment, he stretched out his right hand and pressed down on the Southman royal capital. Rumble. A huge demonic palm appeared in the sky above the Southman royal capital and slammed down towards the Southman royal capital. Under the envelopment of the demonic palm, the void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. The entire void seemed like it was about to collapse. The Southman royal capital's city protection great formation shook violently. When Gu Fei saw this scene in the distant sky, An incomparably sharp cold light immediately rushed out of his eyes. No wonder this guy dared to destroy his orthodoxy. It turned out that this guy's cultivation had broken through to the limitless realm. Chapter 5508. In the sky above the southern man royal capital, demonic clouds covered the sky, and the demonic chi was vast and mighty. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a dark night, becoming incomparably dim. In the dusky world, there were flashes of blood-red light from time to time. That was the blood-red demonic light emitted by the eyes of countless monsters. At this time, the entire southern barbarian capital was surrounded by countless demonic creatures. Terrifying roars and howls filled the air. Countless creatures in the city were terrified to the extreme. Everyone knew that if the demonic creatures outside broke through the great city barrier array and broke into the imperial capital, everyone would die. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were also in despair. Unless their master suddenly appeared, no one in the void realm could save them. At this moment, the shaman tribe could only live and die together with Xiaoya and the others. However, when their tribe was about to be exterminated, the shaman emperor still did not appear. Some of the southern barbarian vassal kings directly betrayed Xiaoya and joined the East King, but some were extremely loyal and were willing to live and die with Xiaoya and the others. Only in the face of danger would one be able to see everyone's true colors. Some chose to betray in order to survive, while others faced death with equanimity and swore to fight those demons to the end. Of course, everyone wanted to live, and no one wanted to die. At this time, Huang Fuzun and the 4 great generals of Hongtian were outside the capital of Nanman. Now, almost all the experts of Nanman had gathered in the capital. The West Sea Dragon King was also outside the city. The most powerful existence in Nanman was not in the city, but this gave some people an opportunity. Saber King Luo Lai, one of the earliest followers of Gu Fei, had now rebelled. He secretly colluded with the 3 great feudal lords of South China and Wu Fong of the Sorcerer tribe. They directly led people to attack the Formation Eye of the Great City Defense Formation. As long as the Formation Eye in the city was destroyed, the entire southern man royal capital city protecting Grand Array would become ineffective. At that time, the countless demonic creatures outside the city would be able to directly kill their way into the southern man royal capital. Blade King Luo Lai had also broken through to half-step emperor realm in the past few thousand years. The 3 great vassal kings were even stronger. Among them, Heaven-Binding King was an emperor realm cultivator. The Myriad Elephant King and the North Subduing King were both half-step emperor realm experts. Wu Fong was also a half-step emperor realm expert. These bastards dare to betray us? Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou, who got the news, were furious. They usually did not mistreat these fellows, but these fellows suddenly made things difficult for them at this time. This made them furious. Senior sister, I'll go deal with them. Long Xiaozhou was an emperor realm expert. She directly rushed down from the sky above the southern barbarian capital. Without any suspense, Long Xiaozhou went up against the Heaven-Battering King. No, he should be called the Heaven-Battering Sovereign now. The 2 Emperor Realm cultivators were locked in a fierce battle not far from the eye of the formation. Powerful waves of origin energy rippled out in all directions and shook the air. As for the others, they all rushed towards the eye of the formation. As long as they destroyed the eye of the formation, the demonic creatures outside would be able to rush into the city. However, the core of the formation wasn't a place that just anyone could get close to. Those who rushed towards the core of the formation were stopped by an invisible force when they were about 3 meters away from it. Rumble. At the same time, the demonic palm that descended from the sky also blasted the layer of light formed by the power of the Great City Barrier Formation. That layer of light suddenly shook violently, and countless tiny cracks appeared on it, as if it was about to shatter. Seeing this scene, Xiaoya was extremely frightened. Meanwhile, Long Xiaozhou was fighting with the Heaven-Battering Sovereign. Luo Lai and the others were desperately attacking the protective formation of the Great City Barrier Formation, trying to break it and destroy it. How dare you, rebel? You're simply a bunch of ingrates. I'm going to tear you into pieces. Long Xiaozhou attacked angrily. She waved her hands and powerful dragon energy condensed into dragon claws that grabbed at the heaven-battering sovereign. Wherever the dragon claws passed, the void rippled as if it was about to be torn apart. The heaven-battering sovereign was forced to retreat continuously. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation had increased too quickly in the past few thousand years. She had obtained the true teachings of Gu Fei, so her cultivation had soared and was about to catch up to her grandfather. With Long Xiaozhou's cultivation, it wasn't difficult for her to kill the heaven-battering sovereign. However, the heaven-battering sovereign was holding a powerful Dao tool. It was definitely an eternal-grade Dao tool. Almost all of Long Xiaozhou's attacks were blocked by the demonic light that erupted from the Dao tool. You actually sided with the limitless demon. Long Xiaozhou was even more furious. These guys actually sided with the limitless demon in order to survive. They were too despicable. Demons were the enemies of all living beings in the Void Realm. Over the past few thousand years, because of the existence of the limitless demon lord, almost half of Zhongtian had become a purgatory. In Zhongtian, demonic creatures ran rampant, and demonic cultivators devoured the vitality of other living beings at will. Moreover, demonic cultivators also appeared in other areas of the Void Realm. With the powerful backing of the limitless demon lord, these demonic cultivators were all unscrupulous, causing chaos in the entire Void Realm. This caused countless living beings in the Void Realm to be in deep trouble, and complaints could be heard everywhere. What made countless living beings despair the most was that the supreme existences of the limitless realm did not care about their lives at all, allowing the demonic cultivators to wreak havoc in the world. As a result, countless living beings fled into the southern wilderness in order to avoid the destruction of the demons. In the eyes of the living beings in the Void Realm, the southern wilderness was the last pure land of the Void Realm. However, today, the demons invaded the southern wilderness on a large scale, wanting to turn the southern wilderness into purgatory. This caused countless living beings in the southern wilderness to fall into despair. At this time, even the witch race had a serious internal split. The Witch King, Wu Fong, directly sided with the demons, and the Saber King, Luo Lai, who had always followed Gu Fei, also rebelled. At this time, countless living beings in the city looked at the huge demonic palm descending from the sky, and all of them were in despair. Boom! With a loud sound, the demonic palm that descended from the sky directly slapped the light shield formed by the power of the Southern Wilderness Imperial Capital City Defense Formation. In the next moment, the entire light shield shook violently. Countless formation patterns appeared in the void, interweaving into mysterious and unfathomable formation diagrams. These formation diagrams were operating crazily, releasing the powerful power of an infinite grade formation. The spirit energy of heaven and earth in the entire world was attracted by the formation diagrams, and it madly gathered towards the city defense formation. However, this infinite grade formation only caused the demonic palm to pause for a moment, and cracks appeared on the formation diagrams one after another. It was about to collapse. Xiaoya, who was standing in the air above the southern wilderness imperial capital, closed her eyes in despair. However, just when Xiaoya thought that she was about to die, a cry came from the sky. She opened her eyes and saw a figure appear high up in the sky. The terrifying demonic palm actually disappeared. The terrifying demonic might had also weakened by more than half. The city defense formation that was about to collapse also stabilized. The figure in the sky seemed to have become the only thing between heaven and earth. The entire world suddenly became quiet, and countless people looked up at the figure. That is. Chapter 5509. Gu Fei finally made a move because he had no choice but to make a move. He couldn't just watch the limitless demon lord destroy the southern barbarian royal city. The limitless demon lord was an unparalleled great demon in the great perfection realm. If he attacked with his palm, the limitless level great array wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. Once the great array of the southern barbarian royal city was destroyed by the limitless demon lord's palm, the southern barbarian royal city within the great array would instantly explode, and any living beings in the city would be directly killed. As for Gu Fei's disciples and grand disciples, they naturally died as well. Gu Fei dispersed the demonic palm that was descending from the sky. Then, he appeared in front of the limitless demon master and looked at him calmly. Compared to Gu Fei's calmness, the limitless demon lord was excited. His cultivation had just broken through to the great perfection realm, and he was looking for someone to practice with. It just so happened that this Gu Fei returned to the void realm at this time. It seemed that Gu Fei's luck wasn't very good. Bullying the weak, you're still as shameless as ever. Gu Fei looked at the limitless demon lord indifferently and said, "What did you say?" The limitless demon lord was furious when he heard this. "I'm a little surprised that you didn't die, but you shouldn't have come back." The limitless demon lord stared coldly at Gu Fei and said. A cold, murderous aura spread from his body, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the murderous aura. At this time, countless demons were still constantly rushing towards the great array of the southern barbarian royal city. Even if they were to break their heads and bleed, these demons wouldn't stop. The army of demons brought by the limitless demon lord rushed to the ground and directly set up a battle formation outside the southern barbarian royal city, preparing to attack the southern barbarian royal city. Gu Fei naturally didn't care about the army of demons of the limitless demon lord. He only had one goal, and that was the limitless demon lord. This guy's cultivation realm was the same as his, so he should be a good opponent. After his cultivation broke through to the boundless realm, he also needed to find someone to practice with. Limitless Demon Master would never have thought that he would become Gu Fei's whetstone. "I shouldn't have come back?" Gu Fei said with a faint smile. "That's right. Since you're still alive, you should find a place to hide. It's your misfortune to return here, because you'll die by my hands." The limitless demon lord was very confident, and this confidence originated from his own strength. "Haha, that's funny. Why aren't you the one who died in my hands?" Gu Fei laughed. "Kill." The limitless demon lord didn't want to waste any more words with Gu Fei. He directly blasted out a palm towards Gu Fei. The violent palm force blasted towards Gu Fei, causing the entire void to tremble. An expert at the boundless realm could shake the heavens and earth. The battle prowess they displayed was terrifying to the extreme. Before an existence at the boundless realm, all living beings were like ants. They could be killed by an existence at the boundless realm with no effort at all. "Afraid that you have teeth to bite me?" Gu Fei clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at the incoming demonic palm. This time, he really had to settle old and new grudges together. This limitless demon lord was someone who deserved a beating. If he didn't beat this guy up, how would he be able to vent the anger in his chest? Gu Fei had always been brooding over the fact that he was forced to step onto the path of death by these guys in the past. After all, he had never felt so aggrieved before. He was forced to step onto the path of death. Only Gu Fei himself knew how he felt back then. Now that he was back, he would naturally repay kindness with kindness and enmity with revenge. He had always been a person who could distinguish between kindness and enmity. Boom! With a loud bang, the fist and the palm collided. The two figures instantly separated, and a violent energy storm spread out. The protective array of the southern man's royal capital was affected and shook violently. Xiaoya and the others in the city were extremely terrified. At this time, Gu Fei, who was in the sky, glanced in the direction of the southern man's royal capital. In the next moment, he waved his right hand, and a large seal immediately flew out from his hand. It quickly grew bigger and then floated above the southern man's royal capital. Streams of chaotic chi fell from the large seal, enveloping the entire southern man's royal capital and the protective array. Countless living beings in the city only felt their bodies lighten. The terrifying demonic might that came from outside the city actually weakened, making them feel less uncomfortable. Limitless Tao artifact? As soon as the limitless demon lord saw the large seal floating above the southern man's royal capital, his eyes immediately lit up. It was not easy to refine a limitless Tao artifact. First, he had to find suitable materials. Not all materials were suitable for refining a limitless Tao artifact. Next, this person had to be proficient in the Tao of blacksmithing. It seemed that Gu Fei had not only found suitable materials for blacksmithing, but he himself was also proficient in blacksmithing. The limitless demon lord was extremely depressed. Why was this guy's luck so good? Continue. Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. What? The limitless demon lord was taken aback. This was because Gu Fei had suddenly disappeared under his detection. He actually could not sense any aura from Gu Fei. This guy seemed to have disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? The limitless demon lord could not help but be shocked. The other party's cultivation did not seem to be weaker than his. Bam! Just as the limitless demon lord was shocked, a fist appeared and slammed into his face. In the next moment, blood flowed from his nose and tears flowed down his face. You bastard! Hitting my face? The limitless demon lord was furious. Hitting someone but not the face. This guy was too despicable. Bam! Before the limitless demon lord finished speaking, he suffered another punch to his face. Roar! You can go and die for me. The limitless demon lord was enraged. Countless demonic lights shot out from his body, turning into terrifying demonic spears that pierced out in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. No matter where Gu Fei was hiding, as long as he was near the limitless demon lord, he would not be able to avoid these demonic spears. However, what caused the limitless demon lord to be in disbelief was that the demonic spears formed by his demonic light didn't hit anything. All of them missed. The limitless demon lord could not help but be shocked. Gu Fei appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Left fist, right fist. Every single punch landed on the limitless demon lord's face, causing the limitless demon lord to doubt his life. Does this feel good? Does it hurt? This daddy here wants to slap your face. Gu Fei's voice rang out in the void. Right now, he felt really good. So this was the feeling of revenge. As for the limitless demon lord, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. You are too despicable to use such sneaky tricks. The limitless demon lord roared. At this moment, his entire face was swollen like a pig's head. A few of his teeth were knocked out and his words were leaking. As you wish. Chapter 55:10. The 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao was truly a heaven-defying mystique. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level, the power of this immortal path divine ability was even more heaven-defying. At this time, he used reverse void mystic art to appear and disappear mysteriously, beating up limitless demon lord until he looked like a pig's head. Moreover, Gu Fei's fist was imbued with the power of his limitless Tao. Therefore, the wounds on the limitless demon lord's face would not heal quickly. This infuriated the limitless demon lord. Gu Fei was too much of a bully. Since you want to fight me fair and square, I shall grant your wish. Gu Fei suddenly appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. Go to hell. The limitless demon lord was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The moment he saw Gu Fei appear, he threw a punch at Gu Fei without a second thought. At his cultivation level, any punch he threw would contain the power of his demonic path. Its might was not to be underestimated. Oomph! Gu Fei sneered. His right hand reached out and grabbed the limitless demon lord's fist. Then, he exerted strength, swung the limitless demon lord around, and threw him into space. The limitless demon lord was thrown into the endless space by Gu Fei. Along the way, he smashed through many stars. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and directly entered the starry sky. With another step, he had already caught up to the limitless devil lord. At this time, the limitless demon lord crashed into a huge star, causing countless cracks to form on the star. It looked like it could crumble at any time. Sigh. No matter what method you use, you are no match for me. Gu Fei appeared in front of the limitless demon lord. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly. He was just showing off a little. You, the limitless demon lord, was furious. His body shook and the next moment, the star behind him exploded. At the same time, he pounced at Gu Fei. The furious limitless demon master attacked Gu Fei like a madman. Countless devilish lights shot out from the limitless demon lord's body, coiling towards Gu Fei. Each beam of devilish light tore through the void. As long as he was coiled by these devilish lights, Gu Fei's body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Are you an idiot? Gu Fei was helpless. In the next moment, a wave of energy spread out from his body. After that, the devilish lights that were entangling him actually disappeared. That's right, they completely disappeared. They disappeared in an instant. This was one of the 9 mysteries of the immortal Tao, the return to truth's secret art. Any power that approached Gu Fei would be transformed into the most primordial spiritual energy of the world, which would then be absorbed by Gu Fei. The returning to truth's secret technique was so awesome. Therefore, Gu Fei would become stronger and stronger as he fought, while the limitless demon lord would only become weaker and weaker. This was the difference between Gu Fei and the limitless demon master. Although the limitless demon lord was enraged, he wasn't truly crazy. When he saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. Gu Fei actually cultivated such a mystic art. Wasn't he invincible? How was he going to take revenge on this fella? At this moment, the limitless demon lord finally knew that he couldn't win against Gu Fei. After knowing that he couldn't win against Gu Fei, this fella was very decisive. He directly turned and fled into the depths of space. Don't you think it's a little too late to think of fleeing now? Gu Fei smiled as he stretched out his right hand and snapped. Snap! A crisp sound rang out. In the next moment, the entire space lit up. Countless stars seemed to have suddenly ignited, exploding with powerful astral energy. An incomparably majestic starry sky array appeared. Array? The limitless demon lord was shocked. He didn't expect that Gu Fei would actually be proficient in arrays. Moreover, this fella's array cultivation wasn't low either. Gu Fei's array cultivation naturally wasn't low. His array cultivation had long surpassed that of He Tian. And Gu Fei didn't just casually throw the limitless demon lord into space, because he had already prepared a greeting gift for the limitless demon lord. And this greeting gift was this star array. At this moment, the limitless demon lord was already trapped in the star array. How is this array? Are you satisfied with the gift I prepared for you? Outside the star array, Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back. You plotted against me? The limitless demon lord raged. Haha, what a joke. Do you think I need to plot against you? I only did it because I thought it was fun. Gu Fei laughed. What? Fun? The limitless demon lord was speechless. This fellow was too much. To Gu Fei, this might be a game. However, to the limitless demon lord, this was a disaster. This was really depressing. The limitless demon lord didn't realize that he often played such games. But now, his role in the game had changed. You can have fun in there. If you can break out of the array, I'll spare your life. Gu Fei's voice was transmitted into the array. Then, the entire array was activated and the entire starry sky was isolated. You want to trap me with just an array? Gu Fei, you're underestimating me. The limitless demon lord roared furiously at the sky, and violent demonic power burst forth from his body. The entire formation was immediately impacted and shook violently. The countless stars in the array looked like they were about to fall from the starry sky. This fella is quite capable. Outside the array, Gu Fei sensed the movement in the array. He pondered for a while, then waved his right hand towards the southern barbarian land. A chaotic divine light shot up from the ground, streaked across the endless void, and landed on his hand. It was a huge seal, the limitless chaos seal. This was refined by Gu Fei from an entire chaos divine metal mountain in the chaotic void outside the boundary wall of the limitless realm. This huge seal could erupt with the power of the limitless realm. Gu Fei waved his right hand and directly threw this huge seal into the star array, suppressing the eye of the array. The entire star formation, which was shaking violently, immediately stopped shaking. Gu Fei didn't want to kill the limitless demon lord, because he had a bold idea. The boundary wall of the limitless realm was not unbreakable. As long as there was enough power, the boundary wall of the limitless realm could still be broken. Moreover, Gu Fei had an idea of how much power he would need. This was because Sacred Lord Su Tian had once used him to break the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Breaking the boundary wall of the limitless realm required a lot of power. At least, it was impossible for Gu Fei and Yin Wu to break the boundary wall together. However, if he could gather the power of all the supreme existences in the limitless realm, he might be able to break the boundary wall of the limitless realm. Therefore, the limitless demon lord couldn't die for now. However, Gu Fei couldn't let this demon go just like that. Chapter 55:11. In Gu Fei's eyes, the limitless realm should be the highest level world in the world, because the highest cultivation realm now was the infinite prime realm. Of course, as for whether there was a higher realm above the infinite prime realm, it was not something that Gu Fei could worry about now. He was very interested in the limitless realm, because in his opinion, it was the most perfect world. There was no death there, and all living beings could live forever. If he brought his family and friends into the limitless realm, then they could really be together forever. Who wouldn't yearn for such a perfect world? Who wouldn't want to enter such a world? If Gu Fei wanted to carry out his plan, he had to first make those infinite primes in the void realm feel pain, fear, and make them obedient. Only when his fist was harder than the other infinite primes would they be afraid of him, submit to him, and be obedient. The weak were prey to the strong, and the strong were respected. It was that simple. The first person he wanted to deal with was the limitless demon lord. This guy actually wanted to destroy his passage in Nanman, which was a bit too much. Gu Fei no longer cared about the limitless demon lord, who was trapped in the stellar formation. With the primal chaos seal in the stellar formation, it would be very difficult for the limitless demon lord to break out of the formation. The formation he had set up was enough for the limitless demon lord to play with. Just as Gu Fei was about to leave the starry sky, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at a certain corner of the starry sky. A figure instantly disappeared from his sight. That is, Gu Fei frowned, then took a step and left the starry sky. He instantly crossed the endless void and appeared in the sky above Nanman. At this time, countless demonic creatures were still frantically attacking the southern barbarian capital's city protection formation, and the demonic army brought by the limitless demon lord still surrounded the southern barbarian capital. Why isn't the demon lord back yet? As long as the demon lord breaks the city protection formation here, we can kill our way in. This time, I want to devour enough. There are so many living beings in the city, so much energy. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The demons at the head of the demon army couldn't wait to kill their way into the South Barbarian capital. In the eyes of these demons, the countless living beings in the Southern Barbarian royal capital were a great tonic for them. By devouring the vitality of these powerful living beings in the city, they could improve their own cultivation base. This was the cultivation method of the demons. Simple, direct, and brutal. This was also why demons were the enemies of all living beings. Not only did demons devour the vitality of other living beings, but they also devoured the vitality of other demons. As long as they could improve their cultivation, the demons would do anything. At this moment, those demon generals who couldn't wait to charge into the city heard a snap of a finger. In the next moment, their vision went black and they fell to the ground, dead. All the demons were killed in an instant, and the demon army fell into chaos. There was only one person who could kill all the devil generals with a snap of his fingers, and that was Gu Fei. That's right, it was also Gu Fei who killed these devil generals. Roar! In the starry sky, the angry roar of the limitless demon lord came from the starry sky array because he sensed the death of his subordinates. The demon generals under the limitless demon lord were incomparably powerful. The first demon general could even fight with Wu Jixian endlessly, and might not necessarily lose to Wu Jixian. However, in front of Gu Fei, these powerful generals were like ants. Master. When Gu Fei appeared in the sky above the southern barbarian capital, Xiaoya, Long Xiaozhou, and the others directly rushed out and knelt in front of Gu Fei. Get up. With a wave of Gu Fei's right hand, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou stood up involuntarily. Master, back then, you left without saying goodbye. We were all very worried. Xiaoya was so excited that her eyes were brimming with tears. Long Xiaozhou was also extremely excited. All right, I'm back now, aren't I? Gu Fei said with a frown. He couldn't bear to see women cry the most. After thousands of years, Xiaoya had also grown up. The silly little girl had become a slim and graceful girl. and Xiaoya had also become more and more beautiful. However, Gu Fei only noticed that Xiaoya's cultivation was at the half-step extreme Dao, not bad. As for Long Xiaozhou, she was at the peak of the extreme Dao, not far from the half-step eternal realm. Very good. Gu Fei looked at Long Xiaozhou and said, Master, what do you mean by very good? Long Xiaozhou quickly said, Your cultivation. Gu Fei said indifferently. When the master and disciple met, Gu Fei's state of mind was extremely calm, without any waves. However, Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were extremely excited. Their master was back, and all the problems were easily solved. That guy, the limitless demon lord, had probably been beaten away by their master by now. At this time, a shocking battle cry came from the area outside the southern man's royal capital. The 4 great divine generals of Hongtian led their armies and directly killed the army of demons. They were simply invincible. Wherever they pointed their weapons, the army of demons was routed. Countless demons fled in all directions, and the area around the southern man's royal capital was in chaos. Without the command of a demon general, the demon army was routed by the 4 great divine generals of Hongtian. At this time, Huang Fuzun also released his army. He also led his army like a sharp blade, directly killing into the army of demons. In the city, the witch tribe opened the gate and directly killed their way out. Among the witch tribe, there were still some who did not betray Gu Fei. When they learned that Gu Fei had returned, the kings of the witch tribe immediately led their army, opened the gate, and killed their way out. Countless demons outside the gate were directly killed by the witch tribe army that rushed out of the city. However, there were too many demons outside the southern man's royal capital. Countless demons rushed towards the witch tribe army, extremely fierce. Kill! The great witch king of the witch tribe roared, and the soldiers of the witch tribe directly attacked. They held long spears in their hands, and every time they stabbed, a demon would be directly stabbed. Soon, the witch tribe army was surrounded by the corpses of demons. You guys go out and play too, Gu Fei said to Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. Yes, master. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou retreated. At this time, the rebellious Saber King Luolai, Witch King Wu Fong, Chaos King, and others were all killing their way out of the city. Now that Gu Fei had returned, how could they still dare to stay in the southern man's royal capital? Wait, Gu Fei stopped Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou. Master, do you have any other orders? Xiaoya said carefully. You guys go and catch those traitors for me first, Gu Fei said coldly. In his life, what he hated the most was betrayal. How could he let these traitors go? Yes, master. Chapter 55:12. With Gu Fei's return, the morale of Gu Fei's camp immediately soared. Everyone who had been in despair seemed to have been injected with stimulants, and they directly killed the demonic creatures and demonic soldiers outside the city. At this moment, the chaotic Sky Emperor, Saber King Luolai, Shaman King Wu Fong, Wanxiang King, and North Vanquishing King were also present. The fierce Tiger King, who had always been on good terms with the myriad Elephant King and the North Vanquishing King, did not rebel with them this time. Not only did he not rebel, he even led the other vassal kings to hunt down the myriad Elephant King and the others in the city. At this moment, the 10,000 Elephant King, the North Vanquishing King, and Wu Fong had already escaped to the eastern gate of the southern barbaric imperial city. As long as they charged out of the eastern gate, they would be able to converge with the eastern wilderness demon race's army and flee for their lives. As for the Chaos Heaven Sovereign, he was being held up by Dragon Boat and was still fighting with Dragon Boat in the city. Luolai, you bastard. This time, I'm doomed because of you. Hun Tian Huang roared as he attacked. At this time, he finally understood the seriousness of the matter. Gu Fei had returned. No one had expected Gu Fei to return at this critical juncture. After all, Gu Fei had disappeared for thousands of years. However, right at this moment, Gu Fei, who had disappeared for thousands of years, had returned to the ethereal realm. One could imagine how bad the luck of Heavenly Sovereign and the others was. Hurry up and charge out. Otherwise, we will all die here. The Saber King, Luolai, brandished the saber in his hand in a frenzy as he charged towards the city gate. Every time the saber flashed, one of the generals surrounding them would fall. The 10,000 Elephant King, the North Vanquishing King, and the Shaman King Wu Fong were also fighting with all their might. However, at this time, Xiaoya had already led the experts in the city over and blocked them inside the city gate. Outside the city gate, a figure descended from the sky and directly landed outside the city gate. That was the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, a half-step transcendent emperor. At that moment, the chaotic Sky Emperor rushed out of the city and landed inside the city gate. Long Xiaozhou's figure appeared above the city gate. "Your Highness, on account of all the years I've served you, how about letting me live?" Saber King Luolai shouted at Xiaoya. "Luolai, at this time, you still have the face to ask Her Highness the Goddess to let you go?" One-armed sword king Qiu Qianjian, who was standing behind Little Ya, stepped forward. I've followed Her Highness for thousands of years. Even if I don't have any merits, I've still worked hard. Isn't that enough to pay for my life?" Saber King Luolai stared at Qiu Qianjian and said coldly, "You're right," Little Ya said indifferently. When the Saber King Luolai heard this, he was delighted. He had followed Xiaoya for thousands of years. Naturally, he understood Xiaoya's temperament very well. Xiaoya loved to convince people with reason. "Senior sister, you..." Long Xiaozhou was in a bad mood. She did not want to let these guys off. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Xiaoya because amongst the people present, only she had the authority to let these fellows go, and even Long Xiaozhou didn't have this authority. "I'm not a heartless person. All right, I'll give you 2 hours to escape," Xiaoya said loudly. "Good, Your Highness Goddess is truly bold. I admire you." Saber King Luolai cupped his hands towards Xiaoya. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually scared to death in his heart. If Xiaoya wanted their lives now, they would not be able to do anything to her. "Your Highness Goddess, you can't let the tiger return to the mountain." "Yes, Your Highness Goddess, if you let them go now, it will be difficult to kill them in the future." The surrounding experts were unwilling to accept this outcome, especially Qiu Qianjian, Han Chong, and the others. That Han Tian was an Emperor Realm expert. "Open the gate and let them scram," Xiaoya shouted loudly. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. "Are you still not going to open the gate?" Xiaoya said angrily. Everyone was speechless. No one wanted to let the tiger return to the mountain. Moreover, many people had died in the hands of these fellows. The Saber King and the others killed from the city to the East Gate. Everywhere they passed, corpses were everywhere. Rumble. The heavy city gate slowly opened. "Haha, thank you, Your Highness Goddess, for sparing our lives." Saber King Luolai strode out of the city gate, laughing wantonly as he walked. When everyone heard Saber King Luolai's laughter, they felt that it was extremely ear-piercing. Everyone glared at these fellows with bloodshot eyes. Saber King Luolai and the others were surprised and overjoyed. They didn't expect the goddess to really let them go. This was 2 hours, enough for them to escape from Southern Barbarian. Now that the world was so big, if they wanted to live, they would have to rely on other infinite primes. In the entire Void Realm, there were infinite primes that could fight against Gu Fei. There were 2 on the Culmination Snow Mountain. However, Saber King Luolai and the others didn't even dream that Gu Fei's first stop after returning to the Void Realm would be the Culmination Snow Mountain. The 2 infinite primes on the Culmination Snow Mountain were scared by Gu Fei. The everlasting snow demon hid in the depths of the Culmination Snow Mountain and didn't dare to come out. On the other hand, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was still being chased by Yin Wu with no way out. The everlasting Sword Master was now one with 2 beauties. When he had nothing to do, he would transform into the Tian clan's ancestor Yu Xian, and Palace Masterling Tian. Therefore, it was impossible for the everlasting Sword Master to appear so casually. Saber King Luolai and the others didn't know that they had no place to stay in the entire Void Realm. Even if Xiaoya let them go now, their final outcome was destined to be miserable. Moreover, Xiaoya didn't let them go. At this moment, Saber King Luolai and the others had already rushed out of the city gates and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. They had to hurry and escape. If Xiaoya went back on her words, they would be dead. "Senior sister, you..." Long Xiaozhou was extremely depressed. Sometimes, he really couldn't stand Xiaoya. Xiaoya was too pedantic. She still cared about these traitors. She was so stupid that there was no cure. Prepare to hunt in 2 hours. As Xiaoya spoke, a chaotic divine light rushed out from her hand and entered the sky. In the next moment, a wave of power enveloped the entire world. Senior sister, you? Long Xiaozhou looked at his senior sister suspiciously. The entire world has been sealed by me with the primal chaos seal. Where can they escape to? Xiaoya smiled. She never intended to let Saber King Luolai and the others go. She used the primal chaos seal to seal the entire world. Not to mention 2 hours. Even if Saber King Luolai and the others were given 20 hours or 100 hours, they still wouldn't be able to escape. Senior sister, you're so cunning. Long Xiaozhou smiled. Hearing this, everyone became excited. I'll reward anyone who can kill any one of them, Yang Kai said. Xiaoya said to everyone, Your Highness Goddess is mighty. Your Highness Goddess is wise. Your subordinate is willing to follow Your Highness Goddess forever. Chapter 55:13. Gu Fei ordered Xiaoya to capture Saber King Luolai and the other traitors. Naturally, Xiaoya did not dare to disobey. However, she gave Luolai and the others 2 hours to escape. Then, she directly took out the primal chaos seal and enveloped an area of hundreds of millions of miles with the Southern Man royal capital as the center. This primal chaos seal was an infinite-grade Dao artifact refined by Gu Fei. It was very powerful. Even if Xiaoya took out the primal chaos seal with her half-step extreme-grade cultivation, it was enough to trap Saber King Luolai and the others, preventing them from escaping. Southern Man Xiaoya's subordinates were eager to fight. Saber King Luolai, Hun Tian, Witch King Wu Fong, Wanxiang King, and North Garrison King. These 5 guys had become delicious cakes in their eyes. It should be known that Xiaoya's reward was equivalent to Gu Fei's reward. Their master was an awesome infinite-grade expert. How could his reward be ordinary? Those who received the news all gathered at the east gate of Southern Man royal capital. They all wanted to join in the hunt. Even the 7 great Buddhist supremes of the Buddhist clan came to join in the fun. The culmination Buddhist clan had also taken root in Southern Man. In the past thousands of years, the Buddhist clan had developed a lot of believers in Southern Man, and many powerful creatures had joined the Buddhist clan. Before the army of demons attacked, the 7 great Buddha emperors of the Buddhist clan had hidden in Southern Man royal capital. Now, the crisis of Southern Man royal capital had been resolved with the return of Gu Fei, and the 7 great Buddha emperors had emerged again. Even Hong Zue, who followed Gu Fei to the Void Realm, wanted to participate in the hunt. Can I go play? In the palace hall of Southern Man royal capital, Hong Zue carefully asked Gu Fei, If you feel bored, then go play. Gu Fei glanced at Hong Zue and said. Hong Zue immediately turned around and rushed out with a smile. At this time, in the palace of the Sorcerer clan in Southern Man royal capital, a group of high-ranking Sorcerer clan members were looking at the empty throne with bitter expressions. That was the throne that belonged to the Shaman Emperor. In the Shaman tribe, only the Shaman Emperor could sit on that throne. At that moment, the great elder of the Shaman tribe sat on the first seat to the left of the throne. That was because apart from the Shaman Emperor, the great elder of the Shaman tribe was the strongest in the Shaman tribe. That bastard Wu Fong really deserves to die, someone said angrily, breaking the silence in the hall. What's the point of saying all this now? A Shaman king said coldly. Wu Fong had betrayed Little Ya. This had put the entire Sorcerer tribe in danger. It should be known that Gu Fei had already returned to the Void Realm. No one knew if Gu Fei would vent his anger on the entire Sorcerer tribe. If Gu Fei vented his anger on the entire Sorcerer tribe, the Sorcerer tribe would really be finished. Therefore, everyone in the main hall of the Sorcerer tribe's temporary imperial residence had grave expressions on their faces. Actually, even the various great shaman kings present would never have imagined that the Shaman Fong would join forces with others to rebel against Little Ya. There was no future in rebelling now, and the consequences were very serious. Looks like you still have to make a trip, my little princess. The great Shaman King turned to look at the heaven shaman priest Wu Lingxue, who had been silent all this while. At this moment, all the shaman kings in the main hall looked at the princess of the sorcerer tribe. "I'm not going," Wu Lingxue said directly. All the shaman kings in the main hall were stunned when they heard this. They knew that this princess of the sorcerer tribe was very fond of Gu Fei. Now that she had a chance and an excuse to look for Gu Fei, she was actually unwilling. "My little princess, why don't you go?" The great shaman king was also dumbfounded. That's right, why not? All the shaman kings in the main hall looked at their princess anxiously. It should be known that there were only two people in the entire sorcerer tribe who could speak to Gu Fei. One was the shaman emperor, and the other was the little princess of the sorcerer tribe in front of them. It should be known that thousands of years ago, before Gu Fei suddenly disappeared, Wu Lingxue was someone who almost became Gu Fei's wife. If she were to look for Gu Fei, the crisis of the sorcerer tribe would be resolved immediately. "Why am I the one looking for him, and not the other way around?" Wu Lingxue said coldly. All the shaman kings, including the great shaman king, were stunned by Wu Lingxue's words. Who was Gu Fei? He was a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm. Why would he look for her? Did the princess have a fever? Was she losing consciousness? All the shaman kings were speechless. "Hey, my little princess, wake up." Even the great shaman king felt that Wu Lingxue had a problem with her brain. Who was Gu Fei? Why would he look for her? She was not Gu Fei's wife. In any case, I won't look for him. I don't care if you guys are dead or alive. It's fine as long as I'm alive. As Wu Lingxue spoke, she stood up and left the hall, leaving the dumbfounded shaman kings behind. The chubby face of the great shaman king twitched a few times, and he looked helpless. Ask the shaman emperor to come out of seclusion? That was impossible. Because the shaman emperor was in seclusion, who would dare to disturb him? If something happened to the shaman king, who would be responsible? Moreover, most importantly, they did not know where the shaman emperor was in seclusion. In other words, they could not find the old ancestor of the sorcerer tribe. What should we do? All the shaman kings in the hall were worried to death. At this moment, 2 hours were almost up. Countless experts gathered at the east gate of the southern man's capital were waiting for Little Ya's order. Because they could not wait to kill their way out of the southern man's capital to hunt down the heaven-binding emperor, Saber King Luo Lai, Shaman King Wu Fong, Manifestation King, and North Garrison King. Little Ya had promised that as long as they could capture or kill any one of the 5 people, there would be a great reward. As the saying goes, there will be brave men under a great reward. In the end, the unlucky ones were the heaven-binding emperor and the other 4. With so many people wanting their lives, how could they survive? At this time, the battle outside the southern man's capital was about to end. The army of demons brought by the limitless demon lord had long been defeated. However, there were too many demons and demon soldiers, and it was difficult to eliminate them in a short time. There were still sporadic battles outside the southern man's capital. The demons and demon soldiers outside the city were no longer powerful. The demonic weapons were no longer a threat to the southern man imperial capital. The various armies inside the southern man's capital had also killed their way out. With the cooperation from the inside and the outside, the demons and demon soldiers were directly killed and fled in all directions. Now, the limitless demon lord was trapped by Gu Fei in the starry sky array in the depths of the starry sky and was being tortured by the starry sky array. In order to torture the limitless demon lord, Gu Fei had replaced the limitless chaos seal of the starry sky array with the Vajrabel. This Vajrabel was also a limitless Tao treasure, and it was the Buddhist clan's limitless Tao treasure. Buddhist power was the nemesis of the demonic Tao. The starry sky array was suppressed by the limitless Buddhist treasure Vajrabel. It was not easy for the limitless demon lord to break out of the array. The primal chaos seal was used by Little Ya to suppress a part of the world, trapping the heaven-binding emperor and Wu Fong. The hunt begins. Chapter 55:14. Under Xiao Ya's command, the hunt began. All the experts above the king realm in the southern barbarian capital took action. Everyone wanted Xiao Ya's reward. After all, Her Highness the Goddess was backed by Gu Fei. Xiao Ya's reward would definitely not be too bad. In the world of cultivation, The most important things for cultivators were cultivation techniques and resources. Especially experts above the king realm, with their cultivation, the resources they needed were definitely much more than ordinary cultivators. Especially divine medicines and Tao tools, these things were not easy to obtain. Therefore, at this time, all the cultivators above the king realm wanted to kill the Saber King Luolai and the others and then receive Xiao Yu's reward. Even the old dragon emperor of the West Sea was tempted and joined the hunt. This made many experts speechless. Even the old dragon emperor took action. What else could they do? Although they were depressed, Fierce Tiger King, One-Armed Sword King Qiu Qianjian, and the others would not withdraw from the hunt because there were 5 targets. They could get a reward for killing any target. However, Saber King Luolai, Witch King Wu Fong, and the others had already been on the run for 2 hours. It was not an easy task for them to find these 5 fellows in this region of millions of miles. For Xiaoya, this hunt would be a training exercise. Junior sister, aren't you going to play? Xiaoya was surprised to see that Long Xiaozhou did not move. There's no rush. In such a big place, who can find those 5 guys in a short time? Unless Master takes action. Long Xiaozhou was really not in a hurry. Moreover, even if those people found the Saber King Luolai and the others, they might not be able to defeat them. Moreover, it was very likely that they would be killed instead. One should know that there was an Emperor Realm expert among the Saber King Luolai's group. That was the Chaotic Sky Emperor, who had the limitless Demon Lord's Tao tool. Even the old Dragon Emperor of the West Sea might not have a chance of winning against this guy, let alone the others. Therefore, although this was a hunt, it was not a hunt without danger. Even a rabbit would bite when forced into a corner, let alone a ruthless person like the Saber King Luolai. When the Saber King Luolai was Xiao Yu's subordinate, he was very domineering. He had many conflicts with Xiao Yu's subordinates, especially the Red-Browed Eagle King. The two of them were like fire and water. This time, the Scarlet-Browed Eagle King could finally hunt down the Saber Sovereign, Luolai, justifiably. The Red-Browed Eagle King hadn't been idle for the past several thousand years either. His cultivation had already reached half-step Emperor Realm. For King Realm experts like him, breaking through to Emperor Realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now that his master, Gu Fei, had returned, and his master was an unparalleled existence in the infinite Prime Realm. If he could kill traitors like Blade King Luolai, he might even be able to break through to the Emperor Realm if his master was happy and gave him some pointers. The Red-Browed Eagle King seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. He immediately released the heavenly eagle army that he had rebuilt over the past few thousand years. Countless divine eagles covered the sky and directly charged into the distance with great momentum. Chimei, Fierce Tiger King, and the other King Realm experts were speechless when they saw this scene. In order to hunt down Saber King Luolai and the other traitors, Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King actually showed his trump card. The Heavenly Eagle Army was the Red-Browed Eagle King's trump card. He would not use it easily. However, which of these King Realm experts didn't cultivate their own forces? Fierce Tiger King also had a Fierce Tiger Army. When he saw Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King use the Heavenly Eagle Army, he immediately blew the horn and summoned the Fierce Tiger Army. The other King Realm experts also summoned their own armies. For a moment, the entire mountain was filled with people. Countless people appeared in the mountain ridges with only one purpose, and that was to hunt. And the targets of the hunt were the 5 traitors. At this time, Gu Fei had already returned to the southern barbarian imperial city. With his current cultivation level, he only needed a thought to cover the entire area with his divine sense. If he wanted to kill Luolai and the others, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But he didn't do it. There was no need to use a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. If he were to personally make a move, wouldn't others say that he was bullying the weak? Soon, the Red-Eyebrowed Eagle King's Heavenly Eagle Army encountered the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army. It had to be said that the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race was still very powerful. Even at this time, they still hadn't been defeated. They still advanced and retreated at a moderate pace. However, although the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army was fast, they still couldn't escape the area sealed by the Primal Chaos Seal. In other words, the Eastern Barbarian Demon Race Army was destined not to return to the Eastern Barbarian. The Eastern Barbarian Dragon Race, Phoenix Race, black tortoise race, vermilion bird race, and the fire chi lin race experts were also trapped in the space sealed by the primal chaos seal. The ending that awaited them was complete annihilation. At this time, the outcome was already decided. The Limitless Demon Lord's forces had already been defeated. Even if the Limitless Demon Lord could break out of Gu Fei's Starry Sky array, the outcome would still be different. Moreover, after Gu Fei replaced the Buddha race's golden steel bell with the primal chaos seal that suppressed the Starry Sky array, the Limitless Demon Lord was even more miserable. One had to know that Buddhist power was the nemesis of demonic power. Why hasn't Yin Wu captured Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation yet? What is Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven doing? Gu Fei released his divine will. The entire southern barbarian was enveloped by his divine will. He didn't sense the auras of Yin Wu and Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. These two fellas weren't in southern barbarian at all. Gu Fei knew that Yin Wu was chasing after Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation. However, with Yin Wu's cultivation, it was impossible that she couldn't capture Sacred Lord Su Tian's incarnation after such a long time. What was Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven doing? After Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven returned to the Void Realm, he parted ways with Gu Fei at the culmination Snow Mountain and disappeared. However, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven wouldn't betray Gu Fei. Because Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven had a forbidden technique planted on him by Gu Fei, his life and death were in Gu Fei's hands. At this time, Gu Fei sensed the auras of Saber King Luolai and the others. Saber King Luolai and the others were actually together with the experts of the Eastern Barbarian Demon race. The Red-Browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle Army and the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's outer army started fighting. Soon, the other king realms who participated in the hunt rushed towards the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's army like wild wolves that smelled blood. Even Hong Tian's 4 generals led the Hong Tian Divine Army to the vicinity of the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's army. In an instant, the mountains were filled with earth-shattering battle cries. Rays of light shot up from the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's army and shot towards the Divine Eagles in the sky. Divine Eagles were constantly hit by the arrows and fell from the sky together with their eagles. The giant eagles in the sky swooped down from time to time and grabbed the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's soldiers with their sharp claws. Then, they flew into the sky and killed the Demon race soldiers. However, the Red-Browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle Army couldn't defeat the Eastern Barbarian Demon race's army at all. Soon, the Sky Eagle Army was at a disadvantage. This is outrageous. The Red-Browed Eagle King was shocked and angry. He had to stop attacking because if this continued, his Sky Eagle Army would be completely annihilated. Chapter 55-15. The southern barbarian territory was vast. The area explored by the human race and the southern barbarian races was hundreds of millions of miles wide. The area that Xiaoya sealed with the Seal of Chaos was actually less than 1/10 of the area controlled by the human race and the southern barbarian races. What's going on? Why can't we get out of the southern barbarian territory? At this time, the Eastern Barbarian Demon Emperors were shocked because they seemed to be trapped and couldn't get out of the southern barbarian territory. They walked around and finally found that they were back to the same place. Did Gu Fei make a move? Hun Tianhuang and Luolai, who met up with the Eastern Barbarian Army, thought of this and couldn't help but turn pale. If it was really Gu Fei who trapped them, then they were dead. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and directly pounced on the Eastern Barbarian Demon Army. The Eastern Barbarian Demon Army was suddenly in chaos. Very soon, streaks of arrow light shot into the sky, directly shooting at the black shadow that was descending from the sky. It's the Red-Browed Eagle King's Heavenly Eagle Army. Luolai roared. Xiaoya's eagle? A king realm expert of the Black Tortoise race exclaimed. Xiaoya's army caught up so quickly? The Eastern Barbarian Demon race experts were all shocked. However, they soon realized that it was only the Red-Browed Eagle King and his Heavenly Eagle Army that had caught up with them. The other Southern Barbarian King's armies were nowhere to be seen. Kill. Luolai rushed into the sky with the saber in his hand and directly chopped down a giant eagle. Then, he rushed towards the Red-Browed Eagle King. Luolai, you're dead today. The red-browed Eagle King directly jumped from the back of the giant eagle and faced the Saber King Luolai. Swoosh! The Saber King Luolai slashed at the red-browed Eagle King. The bright saber light was extremely dazzling, and the cold saber aura spread out. The surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the saber aura. Clang! The red-browed Eagle King stretched out his right hand and directly grabbed the saber light. The saber light and his eagle claws collided, making a sound of metal colliding. The red-browed Eagle King was wearing a pair of gloves forged from godly metal, so he was not afraid of the godly saber in the hands of the Saber King Luolai. The two figures moved quickly in the air and started fighting. Powerful yuan qi rippled in all directions. This red-browed Eagle King is courting death. A few figures stood on a mountain. They were the Shaman King, Wu Fong, the Huntian Emperor, the Wanxiang King, and the North Vanquishing King. As far as they were concerned, the red-browed Eagle King was courting death by chasing after them alone. How could a mere Eagle King be a match for all the powerful cultivators in the Eastern Wilderness? Longzuan was a transcendent emperor in the Eastern Wilderness demon race's camp. In the eyes of a transcendent emperor, a king-level existence like the red-browed Eagle King was like an ant. They could squash him to death with a single finger. However, the important figures of the Eastern Baron demon race did not seem to have any intention of killing the red-browed Eagle King. The cultivation levels of the Saber King Luolai and the red-browed Eagle King were about the same. It was difficult to determine a victor, and it was even more difficult to determine a life and death battle. The enmity between the Saber King Luolai and the red-browed Eagle King was not small. The Saber King Luolai's only son was indirectly killed by the red-browed Eagle King. This was also the reason why the Saber King Luolai had betrayed Xiaoya. In the Saber King Luolai's opinion, so what if his son was 100 times more despicable? The strong were respected. As long as his son was stronger than the other party, it was fine. However, in the southern Baron capital, it did not work with Xiaoya, because Xiaoya was very clear about the difference between good and evil, right and wrong. Right was right, wrong was wrong. If she was unreasonable and lawless, then the world would become hell. The red-browed Eagle King was also a stubborn fellow. He had always been at odds with the Saber King Luolai. For thousands of years, the conflict between the two had almost reached the point where they could not coexist under the same sky. However, with Xiaoya suppressing him, the Saber King Luolai could not cause any trouble. Now, the Saber King Luolai had directly rebelled. He thought that the limitless demon master destroying the southern baron would be a piece of cake. Who knew that at the critical moment, Gu Fei, who had disappeared for thousands of years, would return. Therefore, the limitless demon master was unlucky, and the traitors like the Saber King Luolai were also unlucky. They had already rebelled, and there was no turning back. They could only kill their way out of the southern Baron capital and meet up with the Eastern Baron demon race army outside. That way, they might have a chance of survival. There were still many experts in the Eastern Baron demon race. Most importantly, the Eastern Baron demon race's ancestor was an infinite prime. However, the Eastern Baron demon race's ancestor was very unreliable. He had already said that he would no longer care about the Eastern Baron demon race's matters. However, this also depended on the situation. Would the Eastern Baron demon race's experts really just watch as the Eastern Baron demon race's 5 major clans were wiped out? Of course, the experts of the Eastern Baron demon race who were trapped in the Southern Baron were actually panicking. However, they were still able to control the demon race army and did not let the army collapse in despair. It had to be said that the Eastern Baron demon race's 5 major clans were unprecedentedly united at this time. Very soon, the red-browed Eagle King's Sky Eagle army was defeated. It should be known that the Sky Eagle army was not on the same level as the Eastern Baron demon race's army. However, just as the Sky Eagle army was retreating, countless powerful auras appeared in the nearby mountain ridges. One powerful figure after another quickly approached from afar. Those were the experts who participated in this hunt. They sensed the movement here and swarmed over like a pack of hungry wolves. Everyone wanted to kill the Saber King Luolai and the other 4 guys. Everyone wanted to get Xiaoya's reward. There was no other way. Xiaoya's reward was too tempting. Everyone wanted to get it. Saber King Luolai, It's the Saber King Luolai. A tempting cry rang out. Kill! Where is Luolai? Everyone was extremely excited. Many people directly rushed towards the two figures who were fighting in the sky. Seeing this scene, the Saber King Luolai was stunned. How would he dare to fight the red-browed Eagle King now? He slashed with all his strength and forced the red-browed Eagle King to retreat. Then, he turned around and fled towards the mountain ridges below. One red-browed Eagle King was enough to make him suffer. If so many King Realm cultivators attacked him at the same time, even if there were 10 of him, he would still be finished. The Saber King Luolai escaped. The Saber King Luolai jumped. Stop him! How dare you, demon! Where do you think you're going? Countless experts shouted and chased after the Saber King Luolai. These guys, the experts of the Eastern Baron Demon race, were extremely nervous when they saw so many experts suddenly appear. However, they were quickly shocked by what they saw. These experts were not coming for the Eastern Baron Demon race. It was a false alarm. Hey, aren't those Wu Fong and the others on the mountaintop? Kill. Very quickly, someone discovered Wu Fong, Hun Tian, and the others. Hence, countless experts set their eyes on Wu Fong and the others on the mountaintop and charged towards them. What's going on? Chapter 55:16. The higher-ups of the Eastern Baron Demon race looked at the people chasing after Luolai and Hun Tian. They were all dumbfounded. What was going on? Even Longzuan was dumbfounded. These guys were not coming for the Eastern Baron Demon race. At this time, the Southern Baron Kings arrived with their subordinates, but they simply ignored the Eastern Baron Demon race's army. All of them were staring at Luolai and the others. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, crazily chasing after Luolai. Lord Zun, what are they playing at? Ancestor Phyrecolin said. Are these guys crazy? Xuan Wulong, the emperor of the Black Tortoise clan, exclaimed. Who cares, as long as they are not coming for us? Hua Linmiao, the emperor of the Fire Qilin clan, sneered. That's true, haha. Longzuan didn't say anything, but the demon clan's experts behind Longzuan all burst into laughter. Fierce Tiger King, One-Armed Sword King, Qiu Qianjian, and the others really thought that the Eastern Baron Demon race was invisible. They knew that their master was back, and it would be a piece of cake for him to get rid of these people. What they needed to do now was to kill the traitors, Luolai, Hun Tian, Wu Fong, and the others. As for the Eastern Baron Demon race's affairs, they had no right to interfere. The Southern Baron King's people bypassed the Eastern Baron Demon race's camp to chase after Luolai and the others. Just as the experts of the Eastern Baron Demon race were planning to watch the show, Hong Tian's 4 generals appeared on the horizon. Behind them were the 120,000 soldiers under their command. As soon as the 4 generals appeared, the world was immediately shrouded by a shocking murderous aura. Every inch of the void was filled with a heart-palpitating murderous aura. What? The Eastern Baron Demon race's higher-ups were shocked. Previously, the Southern Baron Kings did not come for the Eastern Baron Demon race, but these 4 guys definitely came for the Eastern Baron Demon race. At this time, the Saber King, Luolai, and the others fled like stray dogs. Hong Zue also appeared nearby. She had just arrived in this world and was filled with curiosity about everything in this world. After all, she had never seen a real world full of vitality. It was only when she followed Gu Fei to the Void Realm that she truly saw what a macro world was. She also felt the unprecedentedly powerful nomological laws of heaven and earth. If it weren't for Gu Fei's help, it would have been difficult for her to even walk in this world, let alone fly in the sky. The confrontation between the demon clan of the Eastern Wilderness and the 4 generals of Hong Tian shocked Hong Zue. On one side, the demon chi soared into the sky, and on the other side, the murderous aura was so mighty that it made her heart palpitate. She, who was at the extreme Dao realm, could only be considered a first-rate powerhouse here. There were many people who were more powerful than her here, which made her feel a little dejected. Only Gu Fei was a peerless expert wherever he went, a nearly invincible existence. When would she be able to be like Gu Fei and look down on the world? Are they finally fighting? Hong Zuair noticed that a fierce battle had broken out in a mountain 100 miles ahead of her. She directly rushed over. Boom! As soon as Hong Zuair got close, a mountain exploded. Suddenly, a cloud of dust and gravel flew everywhere. A figure rushed out of the endless dust. North Garrison King, where are you going? Someone yelled. It turned out that the North Garrison King had been sent flying and crashed into a mountain. At this moment, the North Garrison King was extremely depressed. He used to be one of the lords of Southern Man with his own territory and subordinates. But now, the North Garrison King had become a stray dog, chased by countless King Realm cultivators. He already hated the King of Sabers, Luo Lai. If it weren't for this guy who bewitched him, he wouldn't have betrayed Xiaoya and ended up like this. Now, he could only run. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to survive. If he lost his life, he would lose everything. Your Highness, I know you can hear me. Can you give me a chance to redeem myself? The North Garrison King shouted as he ran. Haha, North Garrison King, you finally admit defeat? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Why are you still here? Just come over and let us kill you. The King Realm cultivators who were chasing after the North Garrison King shouted at him. The North Garrison King was speechless. These guys wanted to kill him to claim the reward, but he wouldn't let them. Even if he was going to die, he would drag a few of them down with him. Xiaoya did come close, but she didn't pay any attention to the North Garrison King. Xiaoya only had one thought for traitors, and that was to kill them without mercy. These guys had followed her for thousands of years, but they still betrayed her. It was unforgivable. In fact, Xiaoya was doing this to warn the others. If she let these traitors go, there would be more traitors because the cost of betrayal was too low. Xiaoya had to let everyone under her know the consequences of being a traitor. Senior sister, the King Realm cultivators are considered experts. Since this guy has admitted defeat, why don't you spare his life? Long Xiaozhou, who was next to Xiaoya, suddenly said, Are you trying to trick me? Xiaoya said angrily, Haha, how would I dare to trick you? Just pretend I didn't say anything. Long Xiaozhou stopped joking when he saw Xiaoya was angry. Long Xiaozhou was very familiar with Xiaoya's temper after spending thousands of years with her. His senior sister had always been serious and wouldn't joke around. Besides, apart from Long Xiaozhou who would occasionally joke around with Xiaoya, who would dare to joke around in front of Xiaoya? Boom! Another loud sound came from the mountains in the distance. The 10,000 Elephant King was trapped in a valley and had no choice but to fight with his pursuers. However, at least 7 great monarchs attacked the Wanxiang monarch at the same time. Without any suspense, the Wanxiang monarch was once again sent flying, slamming heavily into the cliff wall of the valley, creating a huge crater in the wall and filling it with cracks. He's mine. You must be joking. Whoever kills this guy will be eligible to claim the reward. A group of King Realm cultivators rushed toward the Elephant King. Go to hell. The 10,000 Elephant King transformed into a gigantic elephant the size of a mountain ridge. He swung his trunk and wrapped it around a King Realm cultivator. Without any suspense, this King Realm cultivator died directly. The Elephant King's trunk crushed all the bones in the King Realm cultivator's body, and a destructive force entered the King Realm cultivator's body. His body and soul were destroyed. This was the most thorough way to die for any cultivator. Chapter 55:17. In the mountains thousands of miles away from the southern barbarian kingdom, the 4 generals of Hong Tian led the divine army and confronted the eastern barbarian demon tribe. Both sides were ready to fight. Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou were nearby. For thousands of years, the 4 generals of Hong Tian only listened to Xiaoya. Unless Xiaoya nodded, even Long Xiaozhou could not command them. But now, Gu Fei had returned. Therefore, the 4 generals of Hong Tian listened to Gu Fei directly. At this time, Gu Fei was in the back garden of the southern barbarian kingdom's royal palace. He was chatting with Wu Lingxue, the palace lord of the sorcerer tribe, under a 10,000-year-old plum tree. The plum blossoms on the 10,000-year-old plum tree were in full bloom. The air was filled with the fragrance of plum blossoms. Why? Are you still unwilling to give up and still want to marry me? Haha. Gu Fei laughed. He naturally knew why Wu Lingxue was looking for him, but he could not help but flirt with the princess of the sorcerer tribe. Wu Lingxue blushed. She did not wear a mask, so her beautiful face looked a little pale. She had an extraordinary status in the shaman tribe, and even the great shaman kings of the shaman tribe had to be polite to her. Moreover, she had also received guidance from the shaman emperor, and her cultivation had already broken through to the king realm. In terms of cultivation, she could stand shoulder to shoulder with a group of shaman kings. Why? Do you dare to marry me? Wu Lingxue stared at Gu Fei and said, No, I really don't dare to. Gu Fei hurriedly shook his head. Tiske, I didn't expect the Lord of Southern Barbarian to admit defeat, Wu Lingxue said with a look of disdain. However, she still revealed a trace of disappointment that was hard to detect. This is not fear. I already have a wife. Gu Fei said seriously. So what? Look at those big shots in the Void Realm. Which one of them doesn't have a wife? Wu Lingxue really did not understand. An existence like Gu Fei, who was invincible in the Void Realm, did not even have a wife. Gu Fei's wife was not in the Void Realm. As for whether what he said was true, Wu Lingxue had no way to verify it. However, Gu Fei's time in the Void Realm was getting shorter and shorter. He did not marry anyone and did not even have a female confidant by his side. On the other hand, which of the shaman kings in the shaman tribe did not have multiple wives and concubines? Could it be that Gu Fei didn't like women, but liked men? Or was there something wrong with this guy? Wu Lingxue's thoughts ran wild. If Gu Fei knew that Wu Lingxue was thinking of him this way, he would probably vomit blood in anger. His daughter is older than you, and you dare to say that he can't do it? All right, let's stop joking. You've come this time to ask me to let the sorcerer tribe go, right? Gu Fei said calmly. He knew about the betrayal of the sorcerer tribe's shaman king, Wu Fong. If he had not returned in time, Xiao Ye and the rest would have been in danger. Since you already know, why did you ask? Wu Lingxue sighed. Go back. I won't do anything to the sorcerer tribe, Gu Fei said. In his eyes, the sorcerer tribe did not pose a threat to him at all. If he wanted to destroy the sorcerer tribe, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, this time, the sorcerer tribe did not rebel. This was just a small portion of the sorcerer tribe that rebelled. Gu Fei was not an unreasonable person. He would deal with whoever rebelled. As for the others, he really did not want to deal with them. Thank you. Wu Lingxue bade farewell and left. She knew that it was impossible for her and Gu Fei to be together. She was very envious of Gu Fei's wife. She had never seen someone as loyal as Gu Fei. In the sorcerer tribe, or even in the entire Void Realm, which important person did not have a large number of wives and concubines. Even the Buddha tribe did not forbid marriage. Wu Lingxue returned to the sorcerer tribe's temporary residence in the Southman royal capital dejectedly. Her dejected look frightened the group of sorcerer tribe's higher-ups who were waiting anxiously in the sorcerer tribe's temporary residence. Why? Is Gu Fei not willing to let us go? Could it be that he wants to use this opportunity to completely destroy the sorcerer tribe? The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe immediately surrounded Wu Lingxue and spoke at once. If Gu Fei really wanted to attack them, they would not be able to retaliate at all and could only wait for death. I want some peace and quiet. Don't bother me. As Wu Lingxue spoke, she squeezed through the crowd and returned to her room. With a loud bang, she slammed the door. The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe outside the door was stunned. What's going on? Is Gu Fei going to attack the sorcerer tribe? The group of higher-ups of the sorcerer tribe outside Wu Lingxue's room was bewildered. However, they did not dare to barge into Wu Lingxue's room directly. One should know that Wu Lingxue and Gu Fei's friendship was not ordinary. It was already very rare that she was willing to come forward. One should know that Wu Lingxue was not willing to look for Gu Fei previously. The group of sorcerer tribe experts were also very clear that even if Gu Fei were to destroy the sorcerer tribe, there would still be two people who would be fine. One was the heaven shaman priest Wu Lingxue, and the other was the shaman emperor. The shaman emperor and Gu Fei's friendship was also not ordinary. Among the sorcerer tribe, the two people that Gu Fei was most likely to let go were Wu Lingxue and the shaman emperor. Just as Wu Lingxue returned to the sorcerer tribe's palace in the Southman Kingdom, a fierce battle broke out in the mountains thousands of miles away from the Southman Kingdom. The army of gods, led by the 4 generals of Hong Tian, and the army of demons from the East Wilderness were still in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. In terms of numbers, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was absolutely overwhelming to the army of gods, led by the 4 generals of Hong Tian. This was because the army of gods only had 120,000 soldiers. However, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was composed of 5 powerful clans that had existed for countless years. Other than the Phoenix clan, which had a smaller army, the other 4 clans still controlled 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers. This time, the army of demons from the East Wilderness was at most 1,000,000 soldiers. This was more than 10 times the army of gods under the command of the 4 generals of Hong Tian. However, for a war of this level, so what if they had an overwhelming advantage in numbers? No matter how many ants there were, they could not defeat a giant dragon. While they were in a stalemate, countless people who were chasing after the King of Blades, Luo Lai and the other 4 traitors were desperately hunting down the 5 traitors. Little Ya's reward was too tempting. Even Hong Zue joined in. Little Ya, Long Xiaozhou, and the others also came nearby. They did not make a move. Little Ya was only a half-step extreme Dao cultivator. In the Void Realm, she was only a half-step Emperor Realm cultivator. With her cultivation, it would not be difficult for her to hunt down the King of Blades, Luo Lai. After all, she was Gu Fei's personal disciple. Like teacher, like disciple. As Gu Fei's disciple, it was not a problem for Little Ya to challenge an Emperor Realm cultivator. At this time, the King of Blades, Luo Lai, was like a street rat. He was chased by fierce Tiger King and the others until there was no way out. Chapter 55:18. The Saber King Luo Lai was quite a character. With a saber in his hand, he dashed left and right, killing the southern barbarian kings and forcing them to retreat. Almost no one dared to fight to the death with him. The southern barbarian kings really wanted to get Xiao Ya's reward, but they also needed to be alive to receive it. If they lost their lives, Xiao Ya's reward would be useless no matter how amazing it was. Now, the Saber King Luo Lai was fighting with his life on the line because only by doing so could he have a chance to survive. The barefooted were not afraid of those who wore shoes. The Saber King Luo Lai only had one life. He was not even afraid of death. The southern barbarian kings were afraid of this madman. Moreover, everyone knew the Saber King Luo Lai's strength. Everyone was very clear about it. However, no matter how powerful the Saber King Luo Lai was, he absolutely could not withstand the joint attack of so many king realms. Soon, the ferocious Tiger King's fist landed on the Saber King Luo Lai's back. Luo Lai was blasted away and directly fell into a primitive forest. Haha, this guy's life is mine. The ferocious Tiger King picked up a bargain and was very happy. He directly chased after Luo Lai and rushed into the forest below. However, the next moment, the ferocious Tiger King screamed and flew out of the forest. His shoulder was dripping with blood. He was actually hit. Hee, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. I will take Luo Lai's life. A figure descended from the sky and also rushed into the forest. A great battle broke out in the forest. The person who attacked was the West Sea Black Dragon King. The West Sea Dragon clan had long moved to the southern barbarian. The West Sea Black Dragon King was Long Xiaozhou's subordinate. A black dragon shadow rampaged in the forest. Wherever it passed, countless trees collapsed. As long as it was touched by the dragon shadow, it would be directly destroyed. The physique of the Dragon clan was incomparably strong. This Black Dragon King was a King Realm expert. In the Void Realm, King Realm experts were second only to the Extreme Dao Emperor Realm. With a strong physique and a strong cultivation, this Black Dragon King was much stronger than other creatures of the same realm. However, the Saber King Luo Lai was not a vegetarian. In the forest, extremely sharp saber lights constantly rushed out. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was destroyed, leaving saber marks on the ground. Swoosh! A blade light swept across, and a large number of trees were chopped down, falling to the ground. It was a magnificent sight. However, when Luo Lai's sharp blade light slashed at the black dragon's body, Sparks flew in all directions. It actually couldn't break the Black Dragon's scales. Bam! Black Dragon used Divine Dragon Tail Whip, and the huge dragon tail directly hit Luolai's body, sending him flying. The Black Dragon King, who had transformed into a black dragon, opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black gas. The Black Dragon King spat out a mouthful of black gas directly towards Luolai. Wherever it passed, anything that came into contact with the black gas was instantly corroded. What? Saber King Luolai was shocked when he saw this. He endured the pain in his body and directly soared into the sky, dodging the incoming black gas. The black energy struck the place where Luolai had just been and exploded. Everything within a radius of 1,000 zhang disappeared, instantly corroded by the eruption of the black energy. Even the ground was corroded, forming a large pit. Seeing this scene, Luolai was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. If he hadn't dodged in time, he would have been hit by the black gas, and his body and soul would have been annihilated. The other King Realm experts were shocked when they saw the power of the Black Dragon King's attack. The West Sea Dragon Clan's reputation was well-deserved. In fact, after the West Sea Dragon Clan moved to Nanman, they became the third power in Nanman. This third power wasn't ranked third in terms of strength, but the third power in Nanman. The power of the West Sea Dragon Clan was stronger than that of the Sorcerer Clan. After all, the Sorcerer Clan had a Sorcerer Emperor, but the West Sea Dragon Clan also had an Old Dragon Emperor. Of course, the strongest power in Nanman was Little Ya's power, which had received the inheritance of Gu Fei. It was very simple. After Gu Fei left, the four great generals of Hong Tian listened to Little Ya. The four great generals of Hong Tian were extremely powerful existences, especially the eldest, Wu Jixian. He was at the Supreme Emperor realm, which was the Eternal realm. Even the Sorcerer Emperor was no match for him. At this time, the Black Dragon King revealed his original form and fought with the Saber King Luolai. Even at his peak, the Saber King Luolai might not be able to defeat the Black Dragon King. Moreover, he had been punched by the fierce Tiger King and was injured. Roar! The Black Dragon roared at Luolai, who was in the sky. Then, it pounced towards Luolai, wanting to swallow him whole. Luolai became one with his saber and turned into a saber light, trying to escape. However, at this moment, a sword light directly slashed at the saber light. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was heard. The saber light that Luolai had turned into was directly hit by the sword light, and he could not maintain the state of becoming one with his saber. Luolai's figure appeared in the void, and a saber light circled around him. Want to escape? The sword light dissipated and a figure appeared in everyone's sight. This person was the one-armed sword king, Qiu Qianjian. Outrageous, you despicable and shameless guys. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Saber King Luolai roared angrily. The next moment, he suddenly coughed and his chest was stained with blood. After being besieged by a group of experts, Luolai's injuries were not light. He is mine. All of you, get lost. A black dragon directly soared into the sky from the forest below. The black dragon disappeared, and a black-clothed middle-aged general appeared in the void. A powerful dragon energy spread out, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Black Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Do you want to monopolize it? The fierce Tiger King pressed forward step by step and sneered. Whoever has the ability to kill this guy will be rewarded by Her Highness. One-armed Sword King Qiu Qianjian said coldly. These guys from the West Sea Dragon Clan had always been very tyrannical. This made the one-armed Sword King and the others very uncomfortable. Very well, then you guys think that you are more capable than this Dragon King. Let's see who will kill Luolai. As the Black Dragon King spoke, he took a step forward and extended his right hand. A huge dragon claw appeared in the void and directly grabbed at Luolai. The power that erupted from the dragon claw was extremely powerful. When the dragon claw descended, the void seemed to be crushed. Buzz! The sword chime shook the 9 heavens. Qiu Qianjian pointed with his sword finger, and an extremely sharp sword light immediately penetrated Luolai at an extremely fast speed. Humph! The fierce Tiger King also punched at Luolai. A huge golden tiger shadow emerged on his body. Three Monarch Realm experts attacked at the same time. Luolai was ruthless. He knew that with his cultivation and combat strength, he could fight against any one of the three Monarch Realm experts. It was hard to say who would win. Chapter 55-19. The Black Dragon King, Qiu Qinjian, and the Fierce Tiger King attacked together and blasted the Saber King Luolai into pieces. The three monarchs attacked at the same time. The Saber King Luolai, who was already seriously injured, could not withstand it at all. The divine saber in his hand shattered, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. The destruction of body and soul was the most thorough way to die for a cultivator, especially a powerful one. Even a cultivator who specialized in the Ghost Dao would not be able to survive. My God, who is this? The Fierce Tiger King, the Black Dragon King, and Qiu Qinjian were dumbfounded. The three of them attacked and killed Luolai at the same time, but the Saber King Luolai only had one life. Then who would be rewarded by Her Highness the Goddess? Even Xiaoya, who was watching the show with Long Xiaozhou in the distance, was a little confused. Senior sister, what should we do? Long Xiaozhou was happy to see this result. Xiaoya did not say anything. It was just a hunt, but there were so many problems. This was really beyond her expectations. What's wrong with that? The strong are respected. I will reward whoever wins if the three of them fight. Xiaoya said after thinking for a while. Did you hear that? Senior sister said that the strong are respected. She will reward whoever wins if the three of you fight. Long Xiaozhou said loudly to the Black Dragon King and the others in the distance. That's good. The Black Dragon King immediately glanced at Qiu Qinjian and the Fierce Tiger King with a sinister smile. Among the three monarchs, the Black Dragon King's cultivation was undoubtedly the highest. Next was Qiu Qinjian, and the weakest was the Fierce Tiger King. Do you think you can defeat us? The Fierce Tiger King stared at the Black Dragon King with a faint smile. Haha, do you really want to fight with me? If I were to kill him, it would be an unjust death. The Black Dragon King said indifferently. Although his tone was calm, he was clearly threatening the Fierce Tiger King and Qiu Qinjian. Hearing this, Qiu Qinjian's gaze on the Black Dragon King turned sharp. Sword King, why don't we join hands and teach this guy how to be a human? No, how to be a dragon. The Fierce Tiger King smiled at Qiu Qinjian. Either of them was naturally not a match for the Black Dragon King, but if they joined hands, it would be hard to say who would win. Very good. With a thought from Qiu Qinjian, an extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out from his body and circled around him. A cold sword chi immediately spread out from Qiu Qinjian's body. At the same time, the shadow of a golden tiger appeared on the body of the Fierce Tiger King. The might of the Tiger King caused the weather in the surrounding area to change. The two kings locked onto the Black Dragon King at the same time. Senior sister, this seems a little too much. When Long Xiaozhou saw that the Black Dragon King was going to be jointly attacked by the Fierce Tiger King and Qiu Qinjian, he immediately became unhappy. Junior sister, this is a matter between them. Could it be that you want to interfere? Xiaoya glanced at Long Xiaozhou and said. The Dragon Kings of the Dragon Clan of the West Sea had always been very tyrannical. In the past thousands of years, there had been many King Realm experts who were very unhappy with these Dragon Kings. However, out of respect for Long Xiaozhou, no one was willing to provoke these Dragon Kings. Even Xiaoya turned a blind eye to it. As long as these Dragon Kings from the West Sea didn't go overboard, she couldn't be bothered to care about these Dragon Kings. When Long Xiaozhou heard what Xiaoya said, she stopped talking. You two are really refusing a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The Black Dragon King sneered. He was from the Dragon Clan. In the Void Realm, the Dragon Clan was a high and mighty race. These guys actually wanted to challenge him. They didn't even know how strong they were. You're the one who refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It's not too late to admit defeat now. The Fierce Tiger King said disdainfully. Why are you still talking so much with this guy? Just do it. As Qiu Qinjian spoke, he pointed with his sword finger. The sword light around him immediately pierced towards the Black Dragon King. The flying sword streaked across the void at high speed without making a sound. Silent sword? The fierce Tiger King was shocked when he saw this. Qiu Qianjian's sword Dao cultivation seemed to have improved a lot again. There were very few sword Dao kings in the Void Realm. With Qiu Qianjian's cultivation, as long as the flying sword was within the range of his divine will, he could take the head of a person with the flying sword. For a sword cultivator, the range of the divine will was the distance that the flying sword could reach. When a sword king of the monarch realm drove the flying sword to kill the enemy, the flying sword would move as fast as lightning in the void. The sound it produced was not weak. But now, the sword light released by Qiu Qianjian had reached the silent realm. It was impossible to defend against such a sword light. You guys really dare. The Black Dragon King was furious when he saw Qiu Qianjian make a move. He directly used his dragon claw to grab the piercing sword light. His dragon claw had been tempered countless times. Ordinary monarch realm divine weapons could not hurt his dragon claw at all. The Western Sea Dragon clan's body refining technique was also unique in the entire Void Realm. Moreover, the physique of the Western Sea Dragon clan was incomparably strong, far surpassing that of other creatures. This was talent. It was difficult for the human clan to have such a strong physique even after cultivating for countless years. However, the Dragon clan was born with such a strong physique. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The Black Dragon King's dragon claw collided with Qiu Qianjian's flying sword. The incomparably sharp flying sword was actually swept away by the Black Dragon King's dragon claw. The Black Dragon King's dragon claw directly grabbed Qiu Qianjian. Roar! While the Black Dragon King and Qiu Qianjian were fighting, the ferocious Tiger King issued an earth-shattering tiger roar. In the next moment, he blasted a fist towards the Black Dragon King. A huge golden tiger rushed out of his body and pounced towards the Black Dragon King. It was incomparably fierce. The fist energy transformed into a golden tiger. This was only one of the magical powers cultivated by the ferocious Tiger King. Damn it! The Black Dragon King had no choice but to face the ferocious Tiger King's fist. His right claw that was grabbing Qiu Qianjian suddenly turned into a fist and met the ferocious Tiger King's fist. Boom! The two fists instantly blasted together. The ferocious Tiger King only felt an extremely powerful force transmitted from the opponent's fist. He felt as if he had been fiercely hit by a divine mountain. His entire body involuntarily flew backward, and half of his body was shaken until it was numb. So strong. The ferocious Tiger King was indescribably shocked. This guy was much stronger than he had expected. In my eyes, you are nothing more than a little kitten. The Black Dragon King sneered and took a step forward. He chased after the ferocious Tiger King. And just at this moment, a cold sword aura suddenly enveloped the Black Dragon King. The resplendent sword light descended from the sky and directly strangled the Black Dragon King's body. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere. The flying sword that could cut godly iron into two was actually unable to break the dragon armor on the Black Dragon King's body. On the incomparably hard dragon armor, it only left a few traces of the flying sword's slashes. Chapter 55-20. Although the crisis of Nanman had been resolved with the return of Gu Fei, there were still many spies of the demons hidden in the Nanman royal capital. The entire Nanman royal capital was still shrouded in a tense atmosphere. Gu Fei would not make a move. Xiaoya had already ordered the city guards in the Nanman royal capital to search for the demons' spies in the city. If they found one, they would be dealt with. These were all small skirmishes. The current situation in the Nanman royal capital was under Xiaoya's control. At this time, in the Nanman royal capital, there were two forces that were Xiaoya's greatest troubles. One was the Eastern Wilderness Demon Clan, and the other was East King. East King had long surrendered to the Limitless Demon Lord. He was a puppet force that the Limitless Demon Lord had cultivated in Nanman. At this time, East King's army that invaded the Nanman royal capital was also defeated. East King and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, had already fled back to their territory when they saw that the situation was not good. They had been operating in the territory for thousands of years, and the power that guarded the territory could not be underestimated. Moreover, East King was also an Emperor Realm expert. Together with Lin Xiaotian, there were 2 Emperor Realm experts. This time, in order to attack the Nanman royal capital, the Limitless Demon Lord also sent many experts to help East King. The 3rd demon general under the Limitless Demon Lord was now in the territory of East King. The luck of the 3rd demon general was really good. Originally, he was very unhappy that he could not lead the demon army to attack the Nanman royal capital. But now, he was glad that he did not attack the Nanman royal capital, because all the experts of the demons who went to attack the Nanman royal capital never returned. The entire demon's army was annihilated. If the 3rd demon general also attacked the Nanman royal capital, the outcome would be the same as the 1st and 2nd demon generals. He would die directly. At this time, the Limitless Demon Lord was trapped in the star array in the depths of the starry sky by Gu Fei. He was being abused. When East King and Lin Xiaotian fled back to the Nanman Eastern region, the 3rd demon general was about to lead his demon army back to the Sky Demon region. At this time, in the square of East King's lair, Dongxian City, a huge formation platform was built. Groups of demon soldiers were ascending the huge formation platform in an orderly manner. From the outside, this formation platform might not be able to accommodate tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of troops, but the inside of the formation platform was a world of its own. "Third bro, what are you doing?" When Dongwang returned and saw this scene, he was immediately displeased. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It seemed like the 3rd Devil General was planning to flee. Wasn't this a little too much? The 3rd Devil General actually wanted to flee with his army? If the 3rd Devil General escaped with his army, then what could he use to fight against Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou? What do you mean? If we don't retreat now, are we going to wait for those fellows to kill us? Outside the teleportation platform, the 3rd Devil General glared coldly at Dongwang as he spoke impatiently. He had long since received news that the 1st and 2nd Devil Generals had been annihilated. If they didn't escape from the southern barbarians now, they wouldn't be able to escape after Xiaoya and Long Xiaozhou finished off the eastern goblin tribe. If you're going to retreat, at least let us know. Are you trying to leave us behind and escape alone? Dongwang roared. Some things don't need to be said so clearly. Just know it in your heart. The 3rd Devil General sneered. Dongwang was infuriated. If you don't want to die, follow me. If you want to die, stay in the southern barbarians. As the 3rd Devil General spoke, he directly walked towards the entrance of the formation platform. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these 2 guys. If it weren't for the fact that these 2 guys were still somewhat useful, he would have already slapped them to death. The 3rd Devil General was at the half-step Supreme Emperor realm. If he wanted to kill Dongwang and his grandfather Lin Xiaotian, it would be really easy. Dongwang was really angry, but in this situation, if they didn't retreat with the 3rd Devil General, they would really be waiting for Xiaoya and the others to kill them. However, the reason why Dongwang and his grandfather returned to the southern barbarians' eastern region was that they couldn't bear to leave the territory that they had managed for thousands of years. This was the territory that they had painstakingly managed for thousands of years. They were really unwilling to give it up just like that. But so what if they were unwilling? They couldn't change anything. Aren't you going to follow me? Then I'm leaving. The 3rd Devil General's voice came from the teleportation formation platform. Dongwang and Lin Xiaotian looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. At this time, they had no choice but to retreat to the central devil region with the 3rd Devil General. In this way, they would have a chance of survival. At this time, some powerful figures began to appear outside Dongxian City. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the entire Dongxian City shook violently. Dongwang, come out and die. A roar came from outside the city. It's Huang Fuzun. As soon as Dongwang and Lin Xiaotian heard this voice, they were immediately shocked. Huang Fuzun was really haunting them. He had caught up so quickly. The city defense formation temporarily blocked Huang Fuzun. However, Dongwang and Lin Xiaotian both knew that the city defense formation of Dongxian City wouldn't be able to stop Huang Fuzun for long. Once Huang Fuzun attacked the city, they really wouldn't be able to leave. Without hesitation, they directly rushed to the teleportation formation platform. Everything in the southern barbarian eastern region was under the perception of Gu Fei's divine will, but he didn't make a move. He didn't care about small fries like the third devil general, Dong Wang, and Lin Xiaotian at all. His current opponents were only those powerful infinite primes. Let them do whatever they want. A sigh came from the southern barbarian imperial palace in the southern barbarian capital. At this time, a figure directly fell from the sky and landed in the garden behind the palace where Gu Fei was. The ancient plum trees here were full of plum blossoms, and a fragrance of flowers filled the void. A gust of wind blew, and suddenly the sky was full of plum blossoms petals dancing in the air. It had to be said that this place was just like a fairyland. At this time, the bright moon was hanging high in the sky. The white-clothed woman stepped on a plum blossom and stood against the wind. She was like a supreme immortal above the ninth heaven who had descended to the mortal world, extraordinary and refined. "It's you." Gu Fei didn't even need to look up to know who the white-clothed woman on the plum tree was. To Gu Fei's surprise, a person whom he thought was impossible had actually appeared here. The person didn't speak, but just quietly flew and looked down at Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't get up and still sat under the tree. In the entire barbarian imperial palace, no one sensed the existence of the white-clothed woman, and there was no one around the back garden where Gu Fei was. Everyone inside and outside the back garden was called away by Gu Fei. Gu Fei liked silence. Wuji Swordmaster. Chapter 55-21. No one would have thought that the person who shouldn't appear the most would actually appear in the southern barbarian royal capital. There was a very special existence in the Void Realm. It wasn't the incarnation of Sacred Lord Su Tian. Although it was an incarnation, it wasn't the most special existence in the Void Realm. The most special existence in the Void Realm was the Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Master was originally a peerless expert in the Limitless Realm Sword Dao. However, no one knew what she was thinking back then. Perhaps she was bored, or perhaps she was seeking a breakthrough. In short, the Limitless Sword Master actually cultivated a forbidden technique in the Limitless Realm. Then, the consequences of the Limitless Sword Master cultivating this forbidden technique appeared. She actually cultivated herself into two people. This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. She was the most dumbfounded. Although the Limitless Sword Master became two people, in times of danger, the two of them would merge again and become the Limitless Sword Master. However, this forbidden technique of the Limitless Realm had a serious side effect. The Limitless Sword Master transformed into Yu Xian Heir and Ling Tian Palace Lord had independent souls. Therefore, they weren't the Limitless Sword Master anymore. Seeing that the person who came was the Limitless Sword Master, Gu Fei was also very surprised. Limitless Sword Master. Under the old plum tree, Gu Fei slowly raised his head. Through the branches and leaves of the old plum tree, his gaze landed on the white figure standing in the air. Fight. The Limitless Sword Master didn't speak much. She was the type of person who didn't speak much. She exerted force with the tip of her foot, and the old plum tree's crown directly collapsed. Countless plum blossoms turned into dust. A powerful wave of sword chi spread out from the Limitless Sword Master. Wherever the sword wave passed, it shattered everything. Even the void of heaven and earth had countless cracks. F*CK. You're crazy. Gu Fei didn't expect the Limitless Sword Master to wantonly attack in the barbarian royal palace. She didn't care about the life and death of the entire southern barbarian royal city. One should know that if this sword wave really exploded, not to mention the barbarian imperial palace, even the entire southern barbarian imperial capital, or even the area within 10 million miles of the southern barbarian imperial capital, would turn into dust. The Limitless Sword Master was a Limitless Sword Master. The Limitless Sword Master could attack without hesitation, but Gu Fei couldn't. Heaven and earth shift. Gu Fei directly soared into the sky. Before the Limitless Sword Master's sword chi could truly erupt, the entire space suddenly distorted. In the next moment, Gu Fei and the Limitless Sword Master disappeared into thin air. What happened? In the barbarian royal palace, countless guards felt a chill run down their spines. It was as if someone had pointed a sharp blade at their throats. However, this feeling disappeared in an instant, and they were all bewildered. Are you crazy? Deep in the starry sky of the ethereal extent, a star area shook. Two silhouettes appeared there. I only ask for a battle. Limitless Sword Master's words were simple and direct. In her eyes, there was only training, only raising her cultivation, only looking for people to fight. She did not care about anything else. Encountering such a pure person really gave Gufei a headache. Who was the one digging a hole for him? One must know that the Limitless Sword Master wouldn't casually appear. Only when Yuxian Heir or Ling Tian Palace Master's life was threatened would the two fuse. Only when Yuxian Heir fused with Ling Tian Palace Master would the Limitless Sword Master appear. It seemed like someone was trying to make things difficult for him. Gufei's expression turned ugly. There were only a few people who could threaten Yuxian Heir and Ling Tian Palace Master in the entire ethereal extent. Was it Snow Demon, or the incarnation of Sacred Master Su Tian? There was also the Eastern Barbarian Demon Ancestor who was tortured by him in the past. The Limitless Demon Master was trapped in the star array and couldn't even protect himself. It was impossible for him to attack Yuxian Heir or Ling Tian Palace Master. Gufei didn't care who it was. As long as he defeated the Limitless Sword Master, he would know who was behind this. Very well, I will do as you wish. Gufei didn't waste any time and immediately made a stance. A powerful aura immediately erupted from his body. The surrounding stars trembled under the impact of this aura. It was just a stance, but the entire space almost couldn't withstand the aura that erupted from Gufei. If they were to fight, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? Unfortunately, there were only a few people in the entire ethereal extent who were qualified to watch the battle. All right. Although the Limitless Sword Master was a woman, she was decisive. In the next moment, boundless sword chi condensed in the void in front of her, and a divine sword appeared in the void. Terrifying sword energy rippled out from the sword, and a star that was millions of miles behind the Limitless Sword Master was directly split in half by the sword energy. Sword Dao, Gufei stared at the Limitless Sword Master and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This guy had actually cultivated the Sword Dao to the Limitless realm. This was the first Limitless Sword Dao expert that he had met. His Sword Dao cultivation wasn't low, but it hadn't reached the level of Limitless realm. It was hard to imagine that the Limitless Sword Master actually wanted to take a step further. Could it be that there was a higher cultivation realm above the Limitless realm? Gufei wasn't from the Limitless realm. Naturally, he didn't know the situation in the Limitless realm. Wong. At this moment, a sword chime sounded. The divine sword in front of the Limitless Sword Master immediately turned into a sword radiance and flew towards Gufei. The sword chi spread out and directly enveloped the star region. Gufei had no room to dodge because the sword chi of the Limitless Sword Master was everywhere. The Sword Dao of the Limitless Realm was indeed terrifying. If it was in existence in the Eternal Realm, the Limitless Sword Master could probably kill him with a thought. 5 Elements Divine Fist. Gufei didn't dare to delay and directly used the 5 Elements Divine Fist. As he punched, the entire star region was instantly enveloped by the fist power of the fire element. Under the envelopment of Gufei's fist power, the stars directly exploded, forming a terrifying destructive power that obliterated the Limitless Sword Master. After not seeing each other for thousands of years, the Limitless Sword Master's cultivation seemed to have increased a lot. Moreover, as a Sword Dao expert in the Limitless Realm, the Limitless Sword Master's battle strength was already very terrifying. The two extreme level powers collided and endless sword chi rushed out in all directions. It directly cut the void, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. Gufei's fiery fist power also exploded. The entire star region shook violently as if it was about to collapse. The two figures moved quickly in the starry sky. Wherever they passed, stars directly exploded. The entire star region trembled, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. This Chapter 55-22. Gufei and the Unbounded Sword Master had finally clashed. Even though the two unbounded primes were fighting in the depths of space, their auras were still transmitted to the Void Realm. The moment Gufei and the Limitless Sword Master exchanged blows, countless experts in the Void Realm were alarmed. All of them lifted their heads to look at the starry sky. Is that Gu Fei fellow? At the peak of the culmination snow mountain, where the snow demon had originally cultivated, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder opened his eyes and looked at the sky. This person was Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. The culmination snow mountain had originally been the territory of the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. However, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was being chased by Yin Wu and couldn't even protect itself. On the other hand, the unbounded snow demon was terrified of Gu Fei and hid in the depths of the snow mountain, not daring to come out easily. Thus, this training ground belonged to Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven. Moreover, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had sealed a drop of his heart's blood in a mysterious place within the culmination snow mountain. This place had actually been his training ground countless years ago. When he had first appeared in the Void Realm, the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones had still been playing in the mud somewhere. After Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven and Sacred Master Void Sky had left the Void Realm, the unbounded snow demon and Sacred Master Void Sky's clones had occupied the culmination snow mountain. Now that Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had returned, he naturally wanted to take back his training ground. Who was the other person? How dare he challenge Gu Fei? Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven couldn't help but admire that person. That was Gu Fei. He was very curious, but he really didn't want to see Gu Fei. After all, he was now Gu Fei's servant. Gu Fei was his master. He can play by himself. What does it have to do with me? Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven closed his eyes and started cultivating again. It's him? In a secret place deep in the snow mountain, the unbounded snow demon was also alarmed. In the eastern wilderness of the Void Realm, a powerful aura erupted from the ancestral grounds of the eastern wilderness demon race. The aura of the demon ancestor surged out. Gu Fei. In the central demon region, East King and Lin Xiaotian looked up at the starry sky in shock. The two of them had followed the third devil general back to the Heaven Devil region, and were now able to sense Gu Fei's powerful aura. Who is fighting with that madman Gu Fei? Both East King and Lin Xiaotian were very curious. In this Void Realm, there was actually someone who dared to challenge Gu Fei. Could it be that the person who challenged Gu Fei was not afraid of death? There was no doubt about Gu Fei's strength. King Dong and his grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, naturally wanted Gu Fei to die a horrible death. However, the reality was cruel. Even if someone dared to challenge Gu Fei, they might not be able to kill Gu Fei. The fluctuation of the sword principle. Could it be? The third demon general was extremely shocked. He had followed the limitless demon lord for countless years, and he had traveled the world with the limitless demon lord. He had seen other limitless primes in the mirage. In the entire Void Realm, there was only one person who had reached the limitless prime realm with the sword principle, and that was the limitless sword master. At this moment, the battle in the depths of the starry sky was extremely intense. The power of the limitless sword master's sword principle surprised him a little. The limitless sword master's cultivation was definitely not below that of the limitless prime realm clone of Sacred Master Su Tian. Although Gu Fei had the cultivation of the great accomplishment Infinite Prime Realm, he was actually flustered by the limitless sword master's extremely sharp attack. Gu Fei's martial body had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. He was like a humanoid limitless Tao artifact. His right hand danced, and with just one index finger, he was able to parry the sharp sword light that was coming at him. Moreover, Gu Fei's right index finger was constantly colliding with the limitless sword master's limitless Tao artifact. Sparks flew everywhere. It had to be said that the limitless sword master's cultivation of the sword principle had reached an unprecedented level. Her sword was everywhere, and even Gu Fei was affected by the sword chi. Not only did Gu Fei have to deal with the limitless sword master's frontal attack, but he also had to defend against the sword chi coming from all directions. At this moment, he was not paying attention, and a strand of sword chi immediately broke through his defense. It directly cut through the clothes on his left shoulder, leaving a hole there. Of course, this level of sword chi could not hurt Gu Fei at all. However, the holes on Gu Fei's clothes kept increasing. Moreover, the limitless sword master's sword principle was still constantly increasing. The battle strength that she was currently displaying was far from her limit. I was wondering why you wanted to fight with me. Gu Fei was a little speechless. This fight was very strange. Why did the limitless sword master directly find him and want to fight with him? I like it. The limitless sword master's words had always been this simple and direct. What? Gu Fei was even more speechless. What did this mean? You like me? Impossible. You like to fight with me? What kind of rhythm was this? Although he knew that the limitless sword master would not like him, Gu Fei still wanted to flirt with her. Ah, so that's how it is. If you like me, just say it. There's no need to fight with me. Gu Fei teased as he attacked. You? Hearing that, the limitless sword master's eyes immediately shot out an incomparably sharp gaze, and the sword chi she released became even sharper. Sigh, as the saying goes, the one who hits loves. The one who loves is not afraid of hitting. Hit me a few more times, haha. As Gu Fei spoke, he burst into laughter. The limitless sword master did not say a word, but she used her actions to respond to Gu Fei. Buzz. The sword chime shook the 9 heavens. In the next moment, the limitless sword master became one with his sword and turned into an unprecedentedly powerful sword light that slashed at Gu Fei. The power of the way of the sword that erupted from the sword light seemed to have reached the point where the entire star field could no longer withstand it. Spatial cracks kept appearing in the void. The sword light was extremely fast. Gu Fei was instantly entangled by the sword light. He actually did not have any time to dodge. The sword light was like a glowing giant snake that tightly wrapped around him and kept tightening. The sword chi that erupted from the sword light directly cut countless holes in Gu Fei's clothes. His clothes hung on his body like rags. What a powerful sword Dao! Gu Fei could not help but be moved. The limitless sword master was truly amazing. Ever since he returned to the Void Realm, the limitless sword master was the first infinite prime that could make him feel somewhat embarrassed. Even the clone of Sacred Master Su Tian, the limitless demon master, and the limitless snow demon could not even tear a corner of Gu Fei's clothes even though they were very strong. However, the power that the limitless sword master unleashed the moment he became one with the sword was too strong. Regardless of whether it was the power of the sword Dao or the speed of the sword light, it had soared to a level that even Gu Fei was moved. At this moment, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the opponent's sword light had actually left a hair-thin sword mark on his body. There was even blood seeping out of the sword mark. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.